Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Cormundum Chaos with WhatTeamComp. I am your host, the Uncommon Guru, and I'm back with my friends, the Human Paladin Aurelius, played by Zark, the Azamar Barbarian, or I said Paladin, right? Not Barbarian?
Yes,
Good.
yes,
I was
you
making
did.
sure. You guys were in a way that my brain was like, next up is, Aryan. Yes, next up is the Azamar Barbarian, Serenity, played by Paris. The half-elf Arda Wizard, Artemis, played by Kendall. And the human fighter Elizabeth, played by Moss.
Woohoo!
I love that I can hear when your brain stops.
Shunk. All right.
It's Elizabeth and Artemis really throw him for a loop.
It's fucking beautiful, and I love every
Work.
second of it.
I try my best, and no one can fault me for that.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, you
I
can.
blame you
And no, don't make
entirely.
me get the spray bottle.
Who wants to do? Should I give the recap? I feel like
You-
yeah.
you go ahead.
Fine.
Wait,
Go ahead, Mr. DM.
Waiting. Yes.
there's a moonlight butterfly? Oh, fuck, okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
you're about to get your fucking butt. Never mind.
No
Chill. He's
Session,
fine.
guys.
We're in
Come on.
session.
Sorry, I didn't realize this was here.
Hey,
He's
you might want to
distractible.
stop streaming during the stream, Zark.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll do that when I
So,
die next.
when we last left off, the group in Molten Hold had separated, going about to vent their frustrations in various ways, talk to each other, and try and get to a semblance of some kind of normality or unity, which turned out to still be quite the struggle. Along the way, Elizabeth got assailed by people who seemed to be very keen on attacking her until she had unexpected help from a guardsman who offered to assist further on in the future, named Cameron, an old friend of one of the party members.
That was easy.
And then Serenity, needing to blow off some steam herself, looked for Aurelius. After some time, she eventually began picking up on the trail and found it to be a bit more dire than she was desiring, until she saw that Aurelius had been accosted and defeated by some of the people that they were going after, and currently is missing an arm and a leg. When they brought him home, they were invited to come to Cameral's estate, as he'll need a place to rest and recuperate, and as much as the innkeeper would be willing, not having someone who is effectively destroyed would be good for business. But you all had a long rest. Zark,
Mhm.
did you mark off a long rest already?
I think I might have.
Okay. We won't worry about that. I would like for you to mark a point of exhaustion when you get the chance.
Yeah.
Your sleep wasn't exactly restful, we'll say, and you will have a point of exhaustion at least.
Yeah, that's understandable.
The dawn comes. The early sound of the city's engine, if you will, the heating up of fires, the clanging of metal, the preparation and scraping on steel, begins.
I just remembered something. Serenity fell asleep in the bed with Aurelius.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Well,
They fell
Having-
asleep in Artemis's bed.
having been probably the first party member to actually go to sleep, I think Elizabeth would be the first one to wake up. And in doing so, she puts on a new set of leather armor that she splurged on for herself, as well as unwrapping her arm for the first time for the rest of the party to see as she heads downstairs.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah,
is it okay if I mark Artemis's as a short rest?
I'll allow it.
Cool, because she barely slept.
Understandable.
Artemis has been working late.
Mm-hmm.
She worked late and she woke up early. She's probably downstairs when Elizabeth gets there.
Yeah, but instead of trying to describe the new armor, I'm just going to put it in arts and images because I can't describe good.
Okie dokie. It's
Hey,
very
look, if
pretty.
it's easier.
You're hot.
I know I'm not helping you guys talk about Elizabeth, but that's her new armor and her arm for the first time.
Ooh!
Yes. And that is what Elizabeth is now wearing, and her arm is not wrapped when she sits down with Artemis.
Artemis has a lot of, she grabbed a different notebook because most of her notes are in her room.
Sorry.
It's fine. Listen, she told you to go there. It's fine. But she is hurriedly scribbling and writing down measurements that she is theorizing on. And it has an untouched cup of coffee near her.
Elizabeth would motion to the tavern keep and just kind of point to Artemis's cup of coffee.
Before you even point, Malia sees you, kind of smiles gently, and pulls out a mug, which appears to have something affixed to the base of it, and sets it down. It's like, here you go. It's a little something I've been working on.
She'll take a sip.
It's iced coffee.
You know what? I think this is gonna put you guys on the map. I'm just saying.
I actually think I've taken a step further, because you see the thing on the bottom there?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what that was.
We have chilled coals that I was able to wrest from the brazier. Turns out we can keep it going for a little bit. It should actually keep it at this nice chilled consistency for about an hour. Let you sip on it and, enjoy it for longer.
You're going places. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you.
She nods to you and just kind of gives a shrug and glances to Artemis's and gently unclicks the same device from the bottom. You can see that the little what would be embers have look like they've almost completely gone out. She goes over and kind of dumps it into the brazier and pulls out a few others and puts it back on. And kind of shakes her head, looking at Artemis, looking back to you, kind of shrugs, slides it gently a little closer to Artemis to try and see if she'll take note of it, but not enough to be pushy.
Before you head away, do you have like a very small breakfast?
I have snacks.
That's probably best.
An apple?
Yeah, let's just go with an apple.
Easy enough. She'll just bring out an apple.
Day keeps the serenity away.
No, it won't.
No, it won't.
Don't you lie to these
better.
people.
I know better. But she'll kind of lean on her elbows next to Artemis and kind of look over the notes, but not being pushy to interrupt.
She'll kind of look up at you and give a bit of a nod. Morning.
Did you sleep at all?
Did you?
Surprisingly, yes, but certain things had to happen for me to be able to sleep, but I slept.
I slept.
Here's the real question, how many hours you get?
I slept.
I know not to push. You're good.
Good.
You gonna drink your coffee?
I'm not hungry. Should go kind of.
Coffee, but what? But you know what? Another thing I ain't gonna ask.
I appreciate that. Her words are a little sharper than they are usually. And she doesn't look up at Elizabeth from her notes.
There'll be a bit of an arch brow behind her glasses at the sharpness of the words, but she'll just turn her attention to sipping on her coffee.
I'll probably hear a thump upstairs along with a yelp after a bit.
You guys are on the first floor.
Oh, right. Well, now the scream would still be audible.
Probably.
She woke up to a man in her bed, and for a few brief moments, like, the fuck? Oh! Hi. Actually, how fucking dead asleep is Aurelius?
Good question.
Roll some percentile dice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Either wakes up because Serenity shrieked, or he's still snoring.
I'm gonna roll. Yeah, percentile die, because I have no idea how much sleep he actually is.
He just knows he's
Okay,
exhausted.
he got 3 hours of sleep. So, like, by the time, like, that happens, he's within deep sleep at that point. Like, he's within, like, the second hour.
You know, like that snort, like, noise people sometimes make when they're ever so slightly stirred, but not enough to, like, fully wake up? That's just all I imagine, just,
You hear him mumbling in Abyssal.
What's
that's
he
about
saying?
it.
We're probably speaking.
It's just basically it sounds like he's recalling like lectures of some kind, just like not really relevant to anything at all.
I genuinely was sitting here just like in my head going, start just thinking, oh shit, I didn't think that far ahead. Fuck. She kind of like sits up. She's considering waking up first. She just fixes the pillow so it's more comfortable and heads downstairs. Not downstairs, heads out the room. I'm so used to taverns being 2 floors.
The good rooms were on the bottom floor. You guys paid extra. Elizabeth didn't.
Look, I wanted comfort. Damn it, I got saddle burn.
You wanted air conditioning.
That's what it is. Elizabeth got the room without it.
You got the room with less.
I like that it implies this whole place is air. You just eventually you will get little, not none, but little.
Okay, let's
cold air.
continue, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
She gives a wave to Artemis and Elizabeth before she just stops mid-step and kind of
Morning.
tilts her head.
Morning, Serenity. Can I help you?
Okay, I can't quite tell if you're being cheeky or not, but
You're the one I knew that would react to it. Go ahead.
I'm glad to see you uncovered.
Certain situations are making me realize I can't keep the old ways.
Gives a faint shrug.
Anyways, it's not looking as bad as it used to. And she'll motion to her arm like that's what you're talking about, not the armor.
Ah! Oh, I believe there's been a miscommunication.
No, I know what you were talking about. I'm just being a smartass.
Oh my god. She just like puts a fucking hand to her chest. She'll move up beside Artemis, give her a quick kiss to the temple before she sits down. Good morning, Lamb.
Good morning. Does not look up from her notes.
No, she didn't expect it. She's grown accustomed to this.
This is different.
Oh? You're alright.
Yeah.
You won't push, she'll just shrug and order food.
At this point, Serenity sees that all Elizabeth has is a cup of iced coffee and an apple. But she is actually eating the apple.
I slowly roll over to her.
You're rolling?
No, roll. Yes, log roll across the floor. Good lord. Just slowly looks, stares at her for a good 5 seconds before she goes right back to looking forward.
It's food.
I know.
Meanwhile, Artemis has a full cup of coffee next to her that she has not touched, and it looks like it's been sitting there for about an hour or two.
A little over.
A little over an hour.
No, 2.
Yeah, the 2.
Yep.
You want warmer coffee, Lamb?
Hmm?
You haven't touched a drink. It's gotten cold.
It's fine.
Just because this is who Elizabeth is, she's going to take her cup or her mug and stand up from the table with a loud crunch of her apple and just go, I'm going to give you guys a minute, and goes to another table.
Okay. What are you studying? You
I'm
seem
trying to
very-
design Aurelius a new arm and leg.
Ah. You need me to leave you be?
I would appreciate that.
She just pats her shoulder. Just remember to
And
take a
at the
few
touch,
breaks.
Artemis is going to flinch away.
Oh. Do not touch while while thinking.
Hmm?
You flinched.
No, I didn't. Go do whatever you were going to do.
Oh, well. Remember to eat at least something. Please. If not for yourself, for me.
I will eat on my own time, please. I don't need a babysitter.
Alright. She'll head over to Elizabeth.
That was quicker than I thought it'd be, but I thought, let you two have a moment.
I think it'd be best to leave her alone. I would just get in the way at this point.
Oh, I noticed that too. That's why I wasn't talking when you came in. So,
Artemis is going to look up. Isn't Aurelius going to need help walking once he's awake?
He is in such a deep sleep that I figured I could get away just enough to get a drink.
You're gonna
felt-
be on your own with him. I might be worried about the boy, but I ain't gonna help.
I did not expect assistance.
I'm just saying that I have not forgotten.
So because you're holding a petty grudge, you're going to let a crippled man not have your assistance?
I thought you were studying and working on things, Artemis.
You're rare. My ears work perfectly fine, Elizabeth.
Yeah, and if you want to call it petty, you better have information to back it up.
You mean
Well-
you holding your own little grudge when he's lost an arm and leg? That's petty.
To you.
In general.
I don't care about your opinion. Everybody has them. They're not all right.
That's why they're opinions and not facts.
Yours isn't stated on fact.
Let me know when you two are done arguing. She's going to head back to the room.
Oh, I've said my
She's just going
piece.
to roll her eyes at Elizabeth and just give her a sharp, disappointed look before going back to her work.
She's gonna turn her back to you.
See if I can at least make some ease out of his limbs. Or lack thereof.
As you're getting up to go up the stairs, there is the door opens and you see a person kind of looking in, kind of notices you all and kind of gives a little nod, kind of steps off to the side and just seems to be waiting.
Do I recognize this person?
No.
Elizabeth will arch a brow at him and just watch.
Yeah,
This is
Serenity.
yeah. This guy definitely stands out because a lot of the people here are like more the human-esque variety. There are dwarves, of course, goblinoids. This man's a Goliath.
So he had to bend over to come into the tavern.
Yes, he did.
I'm walking up to this dude at this point. Like, she doesn't know who the fuck this is, and the fact that he's looking around and so suspicious just is so.
He's
After the cult, she's a little bit on edge.
he's also like dressed not nicely, but he's like wearing like half plate, and he looks like he's defensive, if you will. Not like in a defensive posture, but more of a if you had tried to attack him, he would defend himself sort of way.
Elizabeth will hold up a hand to Serenity and go and look at the guy. You hear about Cameral?
I figured that if you were going to be going there, you would need an escort.
That's what I had a feeling about. He's fine.
The reason that you're holding your hand up to me is if I'm a soldier to be stopped.
I'm in a mood. Can you tell?
Yes. Can you tell that I'm in one as well and not willing to put up with anyone's shit?
You didn't have to pay attention to my hand.
I love this conversation. However, I do not wish to stay here all day. If you can get your friend and gather your things, I can escort you to his residence.
Bernie takes a few deep breaths before she heads back to the room.
I see you are all very charming. This will be very fun.
That's an awfully kind assessment.
Wait till
Apparently
you
I'm
get to know us
everyone's
better.
whipping boy today before she closes the door.
He said that after you walked up. I should have prefaced that, but no, you can say that. No worries. He said it immediately. He looks
Yep.
genuinely amused.
Yeah, wait till you get to know us better. We're even worse.
Marvelous. You'll
Speak for
fit right
yourself.
in.
Artemis is gonna walk up to him.
Hmm.
And what's your name?
My name is Oliver.
She's gonna hold her hand out to the flesh one. Artemis.
Takes it very politely. Not a crushing handshake, just very polite, very curt. I have been told a few things about one Artemis. Mr. Gamarol seems to think that you are the same.
My name is not common per se.
No,
And we did meet a while ago.
a few years.
Yes.
It's impressive, the impact you left on him.
And she's gonna pull her hand back and kind of shove it into her cloak and just kind of shift a little bit. It's surprising.
Shocking,
Um,
yes. Do not worry, he will try to be not overly pushy, but he is... What would be the right way of putting it? He is tidying up, despite it not being required.
Artemis is gonna look up, shoot Elizabeth a panicked look.
You're on your own, Ari. Sorry. And there was a shit-eating grin on her face with that.
There's like flustered embarrassment and just kind of the edge of actual panic before she like swans off to her room, waiting for Aurelius and Serenity to come out so she can pack up her stuff.
Serenity looks genuinely surprised when Artemis comes in.
Artemis does look a little frazzled. She's still kind of holding into herself, but she's just kind of, she looks a little more awake now.
Are you alright?
Can we talk about that in 2 days? Give me 2 days. Please.
Oh, I don't mind. I'm just confused on what the very specific amount of time.
Oh, it's hard to There's a lot, and I need to find the words for it.
He does. Take as much time as you need. You don't need to set a limit to it.
No, you can ask me in 2 days. I should be able to verbalize it in 2 days. But I need to pack up my things. Do you need help carrying that one?
Now, this I have. Though when and if you have time sometime either today or tomorrow, I would like to ask a few questions on, and she got a gestures to just the papers!
2 days.
I also
You know,
have a few questions.
I'm pretty sure I can move him without waking him up.
I think he's awake.
No, he's been talking in his sleep the last 2 hours.
Yes, I have.
Wait, please tell me that is in character.
Of course it is.
Arya's
It
going
is.
to look so alarmed, and then kind of move around to go put her clocks on and just kind of carefully tuck them away.
You know what? You lost what little walking privilege you had left. She picks up Aurelius.
And
Yeah, I
now
guess I
she's
did.
she's gonna start gathering up her papers. It's kind of messily, not putting them back in order if there was.
One of them translates to Watcher.
2
He's
days.
very verbose for being asleep.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how asleep he is anymore. She's
Aurelius is looking at both of you. Like, are you serious?
no,
I'm
she's
awake.
not. That's why she's legit staring at him like you actual bastard.
Artemis actually hasn't made eye contact with anyone this morning.
Yes.
Just
You do good work.
Thanks.
Thank you.
She'll look over at him and she'll kind of reach out with her prosthetic arm, flex her fingers. I'll help you. Before tucking back into herself, please get him to the I need to my things.
When
I'll
you've
do
done the
that.
translation, I'd like to see it. I
It'll take a little while.
need to see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
She'll walk out with Aurelius.
At
How
this
out of-
point, Elizabeth is standing near the Goliath, kind of leaning against the wall.
How would a place would it be to make a few jokes about this Aurelius?
What do you mean?
She looks down. She looks at his arm and leg pointedly. I know you made several jokes already, but I wasn't sure exactly how fresh the wound was, and that was an unintentional joke in and of itself. She looks like she realized what she was saying.
Aurelius chuckles.
Oh, great. So then it wouldn't be out of pocket for me to say that it's quite easier to carry you, since you lost about 25 pounds.
I think that's an understatement.
I wasn't quite sure how much an arm and a leg weighed.
Well, if we're
But perhaps
talking about
yours.
my arms and legs.
I was about to say, actually. She's
Artemis kind
smiling.
of stays in her room for a minute and just curls in on herself before stealing herself and grabbing all of her stuff and shoving it into her bag and moving out to meet the rest of them out there.
Once Serenity sees Elizabeth, it's like the smile is still there, but the eyebrows are furrowed. Elizabeth, you and I are going to have a discussion later.
Oh, I would expect nothing less.
I'm glad that you understand me now.
I know I also don't have a decision in the matter.
No, you do not.
That's what I thought.
She'll stand by the Goliath while holding on to Aurelius.
We have a carriage for all of you. Come on.
Thank
Yeah,
goodness.
As he's walking out, you just hear him go, "For all of you, my words are, I do not have enough coffee for this.
I haven't had any coffee.
You're not supposed
I
to
could
hear
have
me.
coffee."
Hush." That's in character, by the
Maybe-
way.
Maybe you shouldn't talk out loud if you don't want to be heard.
I say what I feel. Get in the carriage. And he motions to a carriage.
Get in the carriage!
Get in the carriage.
gonna put Aurelius as comfortably as she can in the carriage.
Come with
I'm
me if
sorry.
you want to live.
What are you doing so far south, big man?
The north was becoming dangerous, and I decided I wanted to change the scenery. It was before the war with Cormundum and Goralin ended.
I see. That makes sense.
Artemis is gonna get into the carriage, kind of tuck into one of the corners with her bag in her lap, just kind of curled around it.
Elizabeth will be in a corner opposite of Aurelius.
She'll take a seat by Artemis. She'll like offer her hand for her to hold, but let her decide if she wants to take it or not.
Artemis is gonna just kind of give her like a look of she wants to, but she also really doesn't want to touch anyone right now.
Touch bad.
Touch
Understandable.
very bad.
Mm-hmm.
She just kind of gives a. It's like it's a. The best way I can describe it is a nod of okay.
And then she's gonna kind of nudge her foot with her foot as a thank you. That's about it.
Mm-hmm. Little axe. The carriage is pulled by almost more of an oxen-like creature that is very gently put into motion and moves through the city.
Ooh.
And it takes maybe an hour to get from the inn to the estate, which thankfully a lot of that is mitigated by the fact that people tend to get out of the way even though it is still early. There are a lot of people who are active. But eventually, moving up through the area, through the streets, that is, there is a kind of a slightly more open, noble type of home. A couple stories tall, looks to be a lot more trying to keep and capture the essence of other places in ait'seh than a lot of the other more metal, harsh, against all that ait'seh is, that Molten Hold is. This place is covered in vines and has bits of the earth that have been clearly upturned and tilled, and even has what appears to be a thriving garden. As you enter, you actually also can see that it's early in the morning, but there are a pair of people who are active and moving about, kind of just working the fields, as it were. At a glance, it appears to be like two children, but Artemis, as you kind of take a quick peek out, you would guess that they're probably more likely halflings. Mm-hmm. And as you pull in, Over gets out and he opens the door. He's like, "Would you like me to carry the young gentleman in? I can handle that. Give you a moment to stretch and actually have a moment to breathe yourselves."
I think that would be nice, actually.
He'll nod and he'll kind of just scoop up Aurelius.
Aurelius, this is your new friend.
Don't worry, I promise you're in wonderful hands.
I promise you're in wonderful hands. You don't know me yet.
No, but your nails are quite as well manicured as mine, so I figured they were fine.
Elizabeth gets out of the carriage without saying anything.
Okay.
What do you think you're going?
She just
Oh, you want to have the talk now? I'm just getting out of the carriage. We're there.
Yes, that is exactly what I want to do. Artemis,
Okay.
doll, do you think that you could go with him see if you could find a room for us? I suppose you.
You would all do better if you came with. This is
yes, but we're all going in the same direction. This is not a hotel. This is someone's house.
This is a home, yes.
We can talk later, Serenity. Let's get inside.
This is a home?
Yes.
This is a visit to the home.
She looks genuinely just like, why is it this fucking big?
Artemis is just gonna look at her. I told you we were going to his villa.
No,
Aurelius just
you
kind of
seem to forget that I'm
shrugs.
just you seem to forget that I'm an average farm girl who lived in a monastery. What does he need this big of a house for? It's one person.
No, it is not. And he turns and he walks away with Aurelius.
Elizabeth takes that moment and hurries after him.
Artemis is gonna quickly walk after him too. She's almost in step with Elizabeth, but she's kind of curled in on herself. She kind of nods to Elizabeth, but she doesn't really say anything. Just looking around because it's a new environment. They're so close.
Even though they're been kind of snippy back and forth, Elizabeth has almost a protective stance walking next to Artemis.
What does my passive 17 show me?
For
About-
insight or perception?
Perception.
On
Perception, as you're going through, you note that Oliver is armed. He is definitely someone who you would guess based off of his build, his armor, and his demeanor that he's probably probably meant to be like a guard, which, considering Cameral's position, is interesting. However, as you are beginning to go in, you're kind of in the corner of your eye noticing other things and other bits of information that you're taking in quickly. For example, as you're going in, you note that there are a few people who are moving about, a lot of which are like humans, tieflings, as well as you kind of turn a corner, you see that there is a half-elven woman who appears to be dressed in a more Dunziel style garb. Who, as you go inside, you see Oliver give a quick pause, and he doesn't bow so much as he like takes a half step forward and does like a half kneel, almost like a curtsy to the woman. And the woman gives a light smile and does a little curtsy back as she looks at you all.
Gray looks at Oliver. Should I?
Only if you want to. She doesn't care. I do it because I like to. He's like that.
Aurelius is like, I would as well if I wasn't, you know.
Oh, he's like, just hold me and I'll dip you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, cool.
Artemis is going to kind of take her thumb and drag it along the side of her own jaw as a way of, it's an old way of saying hello, but she doesn't want to talk. The woman there.
The woman kind of seems to like perk up a little bit and repeats the gesture in return, and gives a little nod, and before kind of like seeming to kind of process that there's other people as well, and go, my apologies. Welcome to the villa. My name is Beth. I can take you to rooms to make your own. Are you staying?
I have a question.
Yes.
Does she have the tattoo?
She does. Much like
Yeah,
Artemis, she has
Artemis is covered.
yeah. She much like Artemis, she has a black tattoo on her upper lip,
And the line.
and the line that goes down. Yes.
And he's drawing lines in her head.
Aurelius doesn't draw lines in his head. He doesn't have any lines to draw.
Someone took his pencil. Why would they do this?
Yeah.
Someone gave him crayons.
told him he should use his nose.
No. You can't fingerpaint with your nose. You'll get high.
I mean, honestly, he kind of needs it in his current state.
No, he really
Artemis' eyes
fucking
are gonna
doesn't.
get kind of widened at the sight of that.
Yep.
She's gonna curl it a little bit more. Just gonna nod that she's not gonna continue. Can still not say anything.
She gives a little, another gesture. It's like a sweeping outward motion that to you would recognize as perhaps later.
A little nod.
Please, come this way. Are you looking to make this your permanent residence, or is this more of a your
We were.
jumping off point?
Artemis gonna finally speak up. We're visiting. We knew each other, and he's letting us stay here for a moment.
Her eyes seem to almost like narrow slightly as they look at you, and then seem to widen and be like, "Oh, you. Oh, I forgive me. That makes more sense. Please, this way." She'll turn and lead you all down the hallway. And it looks like it is built to have a number of like slightly adjacent rooms to house different people. Most of them look to be more of the style of like single bedroom, just kind of crash and go sort of rooms. But she walks past those rooms, and it comes to a slightly better set of rooms. A bit more of the, not classy, more functional. A bit of the Spartan kind of feel of just, it has a bed, it has a desk, it has a rug, it has a window. It gets the job done with what little it has.
Militaristic.
Kind of, yes. Which all the other ones have had, but this one has at least enough room that there can be like 2 beds on either side of the room to allow for multi-bunking, if you will.
Multi-bunking.
Pick any room you wish. If you require an additional place of residence in this place, I would ask that you not be too greedy. There are those who still require their own housing, as it were.
As they're walking, and she says that, and they're walking by one of the very sparse rooms, Elizabeth just kind of stops and enters without a word.
Okay.
I think she's decided.
She tends to do that, doesn't she?
There's some,
Okay, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to say that louder. I'm sorry, I can do
Sorry.
shit.
She tends to do that, doesn't she?
Very much so, even more so recently.
Artemis is actually probably gonna find a room that has a lot of floor space. And something that she can make into a bit. Like, she's trying to find a room that would be a good working space.
Yeah.
Should I bunk with you, Artemis, or should I find my own room so I don't disturb you?
I would suggest you bunking with Aurelius. If you wouldn't mind.
Not at all. Aurelius, do you have a preference?
One with disability support.
Of course.
I'm pretty sure I am your disability support.
Well, about that. And he moves over, and he kind of like puts Aurelius down in a chair and motions to Beth, and Beth nods. And she's like, she takes a step, and she's just like, kind of like pauses, flinches, exhales slowly, and then walks down the hallway. And there's a few minutes kind of giving you a chance to kind of look around the rooms. Aurelius, you're in the chair, so you're kind of just, existing for the moment. And then you hear a rattle, 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 rattle.
Fuck.
And you kind of peek out. You see the 2 halflings are pushing a chair on wheels.
I'm so sorry. Oompa loompa doopity doo.
They're bringing Aurelius a wheelchair.
I love it so much.
It's the wheelchair.
It's the wheelchair.
Yep. And you see them kind of slide up and be like, "Well, hi there. Hey there. Welcome to the villa. We're here to help you out. We're here to help get you what you need when you need it. Here's a chair. It'll help you get around. Or, you can use it yourself. That's boring. We can get you to places at turbo speed. What's a
You
turbo?
can.
I don't know. It's slang. Hi! I'm Kin. I'm Jim. We're the gardeners. We want to get away from the garden for a little bit. How can we help?
Put me in this chair and go back to the gardens.
Damn it! Fuck! You hear Oliver kind of bark a laugh as they just kind of grumble and waddle away and kind of go off to do their own thing, but Oliver will help pick you up and put you into the chair.
Serenity leans down to Aurelius. I think you might have crushed their little dreams.
I don't care right now. I can't handle that. That's too much energy.
She smiles.
Do not mind them. They've been excited for whenever there's new people. They were ones who actually helped to craft this little, kind of pats the side of the chair. Granted, this is only one of a number of them. Emiya has been greatly reliant upon it, although they have a bit more control having both their arms.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be. It's gonna be fun just spinning in a circle.
Yes.
See Aurelius just kind of like start spinning in a circle.
Oh my goodness. Serenity just sighs and lets him have his fun for a bit before she grabs the handles. Let me navigate you before you make yourself busy.
Artemis is going to put all of her things into the room that she found.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to kind of pull her scarf up a little tighter and start tentatively exploring.
Okay.
So,
Yep. Going around, you can see that there's, again, a number of different people. This place is a villa. It is beautiful. It is magnificent and resplendent in the way of nobility. And it is also incredibly sobering and somber in some ways. There's a place where there's like a little bit of music being played when you kind of just slide around to kind of peek inside, to kind of get a view of things. You can see that in a chair much like the one Aurelius is in, there's a human woman who is playing music, who very clearly has lost both her legs. Standing nearby are a few younger people, you'd say early teens, some who are probably younger, who are just sitting and listening, just enjoying the music. And there's a few other people around who bear different markings, different signs of trauma. One missing an arm, one who is much like Aurelius covered up part of their face, probably from something else of that nature.
can I see their faces? I mean, their faces in general.
There are not many who bear the same marking as you, but there are two others. For a total of
Throat.
3.
It's gonna kind of start constrict a little and she's gonna force herself to breathe. And then kind of continue looking around, not really wanting to address them right now.
Mm-hmm. Understandable. After a little bit, you hear the sound of someone like moving quickly, and you kind of get to watch from an outside perspective as you watch a slightly disheveled, like clearly like, oh god, no, not shut up, like kind of running Cameron as he kind of runs down the hallway, kind of like takes a moment, like kind of skids to a stop, like tries to like prevent himself from looking overly, messy, like he just woke up a few minutes ago. Tries to put himself back in order more fully, as a tiefling gentleman is trying to talk to him about something and while also trying to help him like put himself in order. Like, I'm sure I'll be fine. Yeah, I got this, and just boom, kind of just keeps going. You just kind of watch it like.
She almost reaches out and calls out for him, but she just like, oh, there he goes. Okay. Must be a busy day. She's not like whispering or anything or being stealthy at all. But she does make herself straighten up so that she is not curled in. Starts walking a little more like she used to, but she still feels a real sharp tightness in her chest. Did she see that tiefling's face?
Yes, no mark. However, they did have a different mark, like around the top of the eyebrow, around the outside of like where where the skull eye socket is. It's like a crescent kind of shape. You would recognize that mark. I will DM this to you.
Thank you.
Let's let you have your secrets.
Mark of the moon presence.
Wrong game.
Never the
She's
wrong
gonna-
game if you're brave enough.
She's gonna pull her scarf down. Let her face be exposed as she looks around, since there are so more than she would expect that have the same marking on them. And she's starting to feel an uncomfortable heat that comes with panic.
Fair.
Just gonna keep looking around, and we can switch to someone else's scene if you want to.
For a moment. Don't worry. We'll get back to you.
I feel ya.
Elizabeth, you speak to Oliver and slide to Elizabeth's room.
Before Serenity gets there, because I know Paris wants to beeline to me,
I'm aware.
she's going to pull the sending stone out of her bag,
Yep.
brush her fingers over the symbol, and very quickly say, cultist activity spreading. First demons, now mold.
You still have the sending stone? I thought
It's
you
a
gave it back.
no, it's a different one. I have a different one.
You just had to. Yeah.
You're sending it to the
Nezanor.
Ah.
He wants info.
Yeah, he wanted info. You get back. Fascinating. Unfortunate. I'll put out some feelers and see what I can pull up. This doesn't bode well if all these things are connected.
She'll put the sending stone away.
Yep. Easy enough.
Okay, Paris, now you can.
Knock, knock, knock.
She's knocking. I'm like, she's not gonna bust down your door. Like, please open up.
She she'll open the door, and there is the fakest, cheesiest smile on her face, going, "Can I help you?"
Don't waste your energy on a good lie, Elizabeth.
Whatever. Come on in.
No. Get your sword.
I never don't have it on me.
Follow me.
She'll follow.
I'm gonna see if I can find like a training / little battleground, maybe. I don't know.
There,
Bite.
it's indoors actually.
Ah.
and they have like more the kendo style ones, the ones that are meant for actual training, not bladed weapons. And you can see that in this room, there's maybe like 1 or 2 people who are currently using it. It looks to be a place that is meant more for like groups of people, but occasionally, you might have that moment where, a few people just need to move around. They also have, those, the monk strike dummies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They have 2 of those in the corner.
Okay.
Look like they're
We're in the training scene from the Matrix.
kind of, yeah. That is kind of the vibe you're getting from this.
I love it.
And one of the people kind
ahead.
of looks at you, just like they see the weapons, like just remember nothing to draw blood. If you draw blood, you have to pay. I don't know how much, but you pay. And they look like they're older teenager, maybe like 19, and they look to be just like very confused, and just like, and then you hear a whack, and they go "Hey!" as the person who they were sparring with takes advantage of their being distracted and stabs them in the foot and goes and you see him, get back here, and they chase him around.
Your balance is off. Put your left foot backwards. Or she backboard, she not backwards. She looks at Elizabeth. Alright, so here's 2 options. You could either tell me why you decided to shove an iron rod so far up your ass that you'd taste the metal at the back of your throat. Or you could stab me. Which do you prefer?
There'll be a moment where it looks like Elizabeth is actually contemplating which one she wants to do more. Or which is the least painful of the 2 options. Look, Serenity, I told you what I was gonna do.
Mm-hmm. And I told you my thoughts on it.
Doesn't mean I ain't gonna do it. I don't care if you're not a fan of it. This is just easier if you guys hate me.
And I've heard 1,000 times over, it's easier to do it this way. Simpler to do it this way. This is the path of least resistance. And every single time I've heard that, including from myself, it has led to regret and pain, and it just very much not being worth it. So rather than spitting on your memory of all of us, and in turn hurting yourself and everyone else, well, except perhaps Artemis, I'm not entirely sure how closed off she is, why don't you instead try it from a different perspective than I need to do this alone?
Look, Serenity, I know you're trying to help. I do. And I get it and I appreciate it. But my past is biting me in the ass, and I ain't gonna do that to you guys.
All of our past is biting us in the ass. You're not alone, and you're not the only one. It's kind
That's
of our
no-
whole stick.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say I'm special here.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying, however, that you are taking this in the worst possible way. You are literally going about it of, oh no, there's possible danger. I love these guys, so I should keep them safe. Do you understand how insulting that is to me? Me and Aurelius both, the people who were bred to fight.
Yeah, well... And she'll stop and go, you don't get it. I tried to explain it, and the name went over your head.
Oh no, I understand at least somewhat of it. It's a dangerous amount of people that you are going up against, that you have no faith that we can take on, which, I get it.
They've been in every town we've been in, Serenity. Every town.
So then you going and them coming after us, excuse me, you going alone and getting hurt by them, and then inevitably, potentially, them coming after us anyway, minus you now, because potentially we have secrets or information they know.
Look, Serenity.
I'm looking. I'm just not seeing.
Since we got to the first town, I put you guys in danger. We were looking for money. We needed money. I went right back to him. And to this day, I'm still technically in contract with them to make it so that Adi can go seek a die again. If I disappear, maybe they'll forget about you.
Maybe. But what
It's
if
more
you're-
likely.
What if they don't, though?
There's a reason why I ain't telling you when you ask questions, so you don't have the secrets.
That doesn't mean they won't think you gave them.
I've only told one person, and I'm pretty sure they know I told them.
Elizabeth?
Yes.
She moves close to her. I'm from a clergy. You do not understand what I know of torture and what I know of people who do the torture. It doesn't matter what you have and have not done. If they suspect that we know anything, then they will come after us, regardless of your attempts to stop it.
Oh, I know they're gonna come after me regardless of whatever.
I didn't say you.
Or you guys too. Because you guys are getting close to me, that's just as bad.
So then why just leave us, and therefore in a weaker state, take them on, than allowing us to help you?
I haven't left yet.
No, but I can see what you're doing. You're doing the same thing I did when I left for that monastery.
Surprisingly, this is easier to do than what I had to do to leave home.
It's ultra. It's not a confusion. It's like the go on kind of gesture.
I had to be thrown to the wolves to die to leave home.
You see what I'm saying, however. You leaving or you staying doesn't make a difference. And besides, considering that I've told you what I am, do you really think that I'm afraid of humans coming after me for once?
Oh, it ain't just humans.
Elizabeth? You
I know
what's
what I'm
after me.
saying.
I know what I'm saying as well.
I'm not changing my mind, Serenity.
No. I know.
And no amount of you trying to keep us safe and trying to keep us together is gonna change it. My days are numbered, and I'd rather it be mine than you.
My days are already numbered. I gave up my days ages ago.
Yeah, but you got more than I do.
You don't know that.
Oh, I do.
Please, tell me how you know my counter.
I should
Also,
be gone right now for what
What?
I've done in Molten Hold.
why do you get to make the decision of whether I help you or not?
You can try all you want. There's a reason why I stopped even arguing with you about that part. Because you're gonna follow me no matter what I say. So I know better than to argue.
If you know, inevitably, I'm going to follow you. And probably Aurelius is going to try and follow you.
He can hop along all the fuck he wants.
If Artemis has enough time, he won't be hopping.
Sorry, I
So
had to
awful.
say it.
It's so
I
awful.
had to say it. Instead of clang, 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 it's boing, boing, boing.
Oh, good. He
Maybe
gets.
clang. He still got the armor on.
Oh, good.
No, he doesn't have his armor.
Oh, good. That means that he can meet up with my good friend Douglas.
Oh, the boing, 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 boing.
Wait, I gotta hang out with Doug? He solves problems that no one has.
Exactly. No one has the problems until he's finished solving them.
But Serenity.
Don't butt me, Elizabeth.
No, let me finish. Okay? I shouldn't be standing here right now. And I am thankful for every day I get with you guys, okay? So let me do this.
No. For once, no.
She pulls her sword.
to walk closer to her. I promise you, no matter what you do to me, I will not stop following you. Because unlike you, I haven't given up. There are ways around this, regardless of how much you spit and you scream and you kick and you shout. There is always another way.
You can't save everybody, Serenity, and get that out of your head. And she
No,
leaves.
damn well I can't! But I'm going to try and save you.
She's already left.
As you're
Not
leaving,
that fast.
you throw open the door and you storm out, and you kind of slam into someone. Both of you kind of just like take like a half step back. You kind of look up. He looks down as Cameron's just like, "This is not the right room. I apologize. I was about to knock. I'm going to continue on. Have you seen Artemis?"
She'll motion in a general direction of the last place she saw Artemis walk to.
I just went.
Because-
Thank
and
you.
she's
You've
going to
been very
storm
kind.
off
Sure he's falling
without
after.
saying anything.
I feel like I missed something. Turns and walks away.
Elizabeth is heading towards the front door.
Oh, look, she's running again. That's such a surprise.
Is she quick walking or is she running?
Running.
Oh, I just thought of something absolutely awful that I could do. No, it's in a public space.
The longer you wait, the closer Elizabeth gets to the door.
Oh no,
I mean-
she's running after her.
You
So
both have the same movement speed.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know.
That's why I'm like,
She took the moment of Cameron to use to her advantage.
I love that you assume you ran into her. Hell, that would have closed the distance between us.
No, I ran into Cameron.
No, that's what I mean. You ran into him. I didn't. Wait, I'm slightly confused. Oh, wait.
She's Raphael from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Are you guys just the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
My God.
I don't
Wait,
know.
who's Mikey?
It's who do you think?
No, why am I asking the guy who fell out the window? Elizabeth, for once in your life, stop running from your problems.
She doesn't answer.
How many people are around?
Not many at the moment. At the moment, at least.
Give me a number.
2.
Stupid, this is stupid, this is stupid, this is stupid. I'm doing the divine soul so I can get ahead of her and stop in front of her.
Ah. So you see her just... This is the first time you've done this in front of Elizabeth, isn't it?
It's
I
the first
think
time
she's
that
done
she's
the
seen it out of
wings.
combat.
Yeah, she's done the wings before in combat.
Yeah, but out of combat, of her just basically taking advantage of the fact she doesn't have to run around things to just kind of land in front of you. Wings outstretched and...
Elizabeth
It's a
hadn't put her sword away. She doesn't. She hadn't put her sword away, and there is pure anger on her face. Move.
Stab me.
Move.
Since you clearly want to just abandon me, then kill me,
That's not how this works, and you know it.
isn't it? You leaving us without telling us anything and leaving us to the wolves might as well be murder. So if you're gonna kill me, then do it.
Oh, but here's the thing. I'm seen as the dramatic one. I'm seen as the one who keeps getting hurt in battle. I'm seen as the problem. Let me leave so you don't have the problem anymore.
When did I ever say you were the problem? When did anyone ever say you were the problem?
Move.
That's not an answer.
I don't care.
You stay, sir. I've cowed down to you, and to Aurelius, and to Artemis every time one of you wants to leave. Every time one of you needs to vent, or any time one of you needs to have a temper tantrum. It's my turn. No.
You're gonna have to stop me then.
Fine.
If you're so sure you can stop me, you swing.
Fucking Zark.
I should have made popcorn.
I'm not doing the first to swing, but you know how damn well I can restrain you. If you want to fight, you are welcome to swing at me, and I will give you the most painful, blood-soaked fight that you can. In fact, I think that would be a good idea, because you have some pent-up rage that needs to be addressed. But if I have to be the dummy, so be it.
Oh, I ain't gonna swing first, but I'll swing last.
Cute. You think you'll last that long?
Stop teasing me and get into the blood orgy already.
Victor's sitting here like, come on!
Are we sure that was a Victus and not someone just watching?
Fucking halflings! The Oompa Loompas want blood, damn it.
Thank God that the tension broke. I got worried for a minute. I'm sorry.
You're fine! Don't worry, you're fine.
Elizabeth
Time
is
out
going
for
to...
a second. Out of character.
Okay.
Y'all are okay, right?
Yes,
I'm
I'm
fine.
fine.
Thank God. Okay.
And I
continue.
made
I'm
sure to
sorry.
I made sure to message Paris before this that
Yeah.
this is nothing against her.
Okay, I just had to make. I'm
Just
sorry,
checking in.
continue.
You're right.
And I
you're fine.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
It's partly
But
why I'm
I-
like, okay, I know that this is like a big, tense moment. Evictus does not care. He's like, wait, they're going to stab each other? I got popcorn. Start. What do you swing? I don't care who.
I'm not teasing you.
Elizabeth?
Blue Polymer Demon.
Okay. Let's see if I really want to do this. Elizabeth, yeah, I'm gonna do this. This is so stupid. Oh, I'm sorry.
You
Elizabeth is going to turn to put her sword away. And as she does, her other hand goes onto her axe and she throws it.
throw it! Strike it! Click the button, pussy!
The button doesn't want to press. Hold on.
The button even said no!
No balls. The button said no balls. Oh.
Does it hit?
Yes!
Blood!
And I am going to use a superiority die
Ooh.
to make this a menacing attack. Serenity needs to make a wisdom save. DC 15.
Yes!
You know, there you go. But she's still gonna hit you, so
Really?
hold on.
Hmm.
I said, and she just kind of, once it hits and comes back to her hand, I said, leave me alone!
Again? My turn for potential. I'm gonna rage.
Oh, good.
And, to be fair, since Divine Soul's up, it only looks angelic. The halo just gets an extra ring.
Mm-hmm.
Still go up to Elizabeth,
Uh-huh.
grab her wrist, and I'm going to try and grapple her.
Do I have to make an opposing roll?
I would actually like to bring that up between you all. I imagine doing the opposing. Well, she.
It's not gonna do anything. I can't beat
You
that
are
with if I got a
welcome
max.
to try!
Continue. I'm just imagining someone's eventually gonna come up and break this up.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I thought Serenity didn't swing. She's like, I'm not about to draw blood and have Elizabeth arrested, so restraining.
All right.
And
How are you restraining her?
It's,
Grapple.
No, I'm saying I want to know how she's holding on to Elizabeth.
she's basically got her hand on...
holding on her arm. With
Let-
Yeah.
Let her explain.
Okay.
She's got her hand on the arm that has the weapon, like the wrist, and then the other one is around her waist. So she's behind her.
So what you're saying is she's got a free elbow.
I mean, yeah. You could always attack while grappled.
Yeah.
She's dragging you out the front door, though.
We're going on a trip in her favorite rocket ship.
She's gonna elbow you in the nose.
Reduce. 1, 2. I promise you, it's not gonna knock me out long before I have you where I need you to go.
Let
Also-
me go.
You seem to have forgotten that I have a masochistic demon who is taking over currently, so...
Oh yeah, he's wanted us to fight, so why aren't you drawing blood?
Hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me! Hit her!
Hit something!
He's having a good time.
Outside the villa, like outside the front door. Hello! Outside the... My mom came into my room, by the way. But, out
Hi,
the front
Mom.
door, it's just front yard, or is it, like, out into the street?
You would need at least a little bit of time to get anywhere close to the, front streets.
Okay, so it's just front yard shit.
Yeah.
Alright, I don't know how restrain works. I think you can only... Girl, I can't check that. I think you can only do that with the...
Grappler feet.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna just try and move her somewhere more hidden, I
Okay.
guess.
Okay. Elizabeth is very clearly fighting this.
Yes.
And I will say, I will need to know your passive perceptions real quick. And just understand that I'm going to be putting a penalty on it because you guys are in the middle of fighting. I just need to know what it is base.
Perception is 13.
15.
Okay.
Can I ask a question
Hmm.
real quick?
Yep.
How loud is all this?
It's
Elizabeth is not quiet.
She's been kind of shouting and screaming a bit.
Okay.
And
Are you gonna
due,
get the halflings to roll you over here?
yeah, due to the fighting, you two don't notice.
The one?
Is Aurelius wanting to try and kind of get wheeled out to see what's going on?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oliver will kind of just also being curious, will be like, yeah, I'll help you out with that. And he'll push you around
The whole...
as they watch basically as Serenity kidnaps Elizabeth.
After
You're not-
elbowing her in the nose.
You're not running from your problems again.
Let me go.
Why? So you can go and get yourself killed? Is that the reason?
Yes.
Serenity,
What? Little busy here.
let go. If she wants to become like me, then she can. She can lose her arm and her leg.
All due
That's her
respect-
choice.
With all due respect, you have no context because someone's been hiding things.
Does it matter?
Yes!
Oh,
She's
I've
a
been
free
hiding.
person.
I've been hiding things since day one.
Let her go. This is not your fight.
It became my fight when you all decided to travel with me.
Let me go.
She wants to kill us, so be it.
Why is everyone so willing to just jump onto the fucking stake for their own purposes? Why does everyone think dying is the easiest way out? Why does everyone think that it's the only way out?
Because you
Look
don't
at
have
me.
the full picture.
Look at
Then
me.
give me the full picture.
No, because then you'll have information that'll get your ass killed.
How much
Look
more
at me.
closer to death could I be?
Look at me. Look into my eyes. I am not going to die. I am going to keep fighting till my last breath. Until there is nothing left, because that's all I know. She is struggling. Can you not see that? know that. It's all I know. And to struggle is to live. Serenity. It is to live.
What's Aurelius's passive perception?
12.
He also doesn't notice.
Okay.
Someone else will, but not them. They're busy.
Okay.
This whole time, Elizabeth is struggling to get out of.
After 2 more seconds, she'll let her go.
Elizabeth, I'm sorry.
She doesn't say anything and just walks past you both.
Serenity fucking walks in the opposite direction. She's heading out into the town.
Oh, I was heading to the front door.
You're both walking. You're both like, we're going to walk different directions. Both walk towards the front gate, side by side, looking at each other like, there's another gate out of here, right?
Actually, I have a question. Around the outside of the villa, would there be anything that would remind Elizabeth of home?
There's a tavern that could potentially work for that.
That's where I'm going.
Okay. Basically, you both walk to the front gate, walk outside, and split there. So, Artemis, would you like to describe your reaction in the shadows upon seeing this, all this?
She's hyperventilating. She doesn't exactly see them exactly. Not them as they are.
No.
But there's too many reminders here. Too many triggers. Too much stimulus. And she is starting to see spots and swirls and sees people that have not been there for over a decade. And her chest is growing tighter. She's trying to say something, but every word keeps coming out a little garbled, and she kind of starts curling in a bit on herself. But no, it's very hard to breathe right now.
Gotcha. There's a ringing
Throws
in
off
your
her,
ears.
her cloak
Yeah.
and sends it over into the grass and starts pulling at her hair.
Okay. As you're effectively curling in on yourselves, starting to follow again, it's that ringing in your ears is just kind of almost losing your mind. And you're seeing things. You swear you're hearing things. I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
16.
Okay, that is a failure. As you feel a sudden wave of clear magic come and just kind of wash over you, and you still have the panic attack. You still know it's there. The tension is not gone, but it's like someone has gently took a hold of the hand gripping your heart and gently pushed the fingers back to give you a second to breathe. You're calmer. You're given a moment to reassess, and your hearing clears up as you hear, "My lady, are you all right?"
She'll jerk around and look at whoever's talking to her.
You see that it is a one-eyed half-elf. Sporting a very crude symbol to the sun god Luos. And they're just kind of like on one knee, about 10 feet away. I say no, like 15 feet, just kind of like near enough that they're clearly talking to you, but also very clearly giving you more than enough space as they go. "You are among friends here. You are not the first to have these. Would you like to go to the calm room?"
The what? She just like she's got one of her hands just smearing the tears off of her cheeks because they were streaming down, just trying to cover up. But she's shaking the entire time.
They slowly stand, and they hold out a hand to you to help you to your feet.
She stares at it for a minute before putting her metal hand in his and taking the assistant.
They will let you let go whenever you want, but they will gently kind of walk you a little bit more into the estate and go up a set of stairs. There's more noises, more people. There's probably at least 36 or so people here. At least. But there is a room that, as you get closer to it, you can see that there's clear markings to it, clear indications that this has been special made. And as they kind of open it up, they step inside, gently close it behind themselves. There's no lock to it. There's no way to, trap yourself or be, for someone else to, anyone else could walk in is what I'm trying to say. But the place, as soon as you walk into it, has this very, very soft, low melody being played as a human woman, tan skin with multiple beauty marks on it. It's undercut light blonde hair, clearly a bard, but kind of built almost in a kind of the Maxim kind of build, but not hand to hand. As you can see, that they do have a scimitar nearby. Very boyish outfit, if you will. Very pants, vest, but they're playing a melody that is kind of similar to the music we're currently listening to. Just calming. Off to the side, you can see that there's a younger child, maybe about 7 years old, who's gently pulling at a cold brazier. And you're seeing that it kind of goes up and down in its intensity before one of the other kids nearby them kind of reaches over and kind of flicks some of the coals at one of them, and an adult has to kind of go shh and gently put the coals back and gets them to settle down. But despite there being children in this room, it is quiet and it is calm.
Even though it's supposed to be a calming room, it feels very... It doesn't feel quite real, because nothing feels very real right now, and it kind of puts her on edge.
They motion to a little, almost a floor seat. Just a place where you can kind of put your back against the wall, have some kind of structural support. You just kind of sit down nearby, look around for a moment. You're new.
I'm a visitor. I'm not going to be here for long. I would... Kemerald invited me. We met a while ago. My friends, they were... She's gonna remember that they were fighting in the front, and their faces didn't exactly look like their faces in her mind's eye.
Mm-hmm.
And her breathing is gonna start tightening up again, and she's gonna dig her fingers into the front of her chest to force herself to take deep breaths.
Mm-hmm. He gives you a moment. You've traveled a long way. You said Kemerald himself invited you.
Yes, we knew know each other. Who are you?
Grab his name. My name is Davin.
I'm sorry? What?
Davin.
Okay. Artemis.
You're not the first person to be affected by this place. It's a haven, I promise. But
Does Davin have one of those marks?
yeah. Yours.
Mm-hmm.
And they reach up and they kind of touch their lip. They motion to hers. We understand each other here.
I've never seen so many in one place.
Well, let me put it this way. A few years ago, they thought they could send a group to catch us. They sent one with a beast. He kind of reaches up and he pulls his shirt to the side and shows that there's a big bite mark on his shoulder.
Artemis is going to pull up the length of her one of her pant legs to show off a very large bite scar as well. A wolf?
A wolf. You know them as well then. I was actually almost in his hands when Cameral showed up. I have never seen a man so angry and so much a living storm. For a moment, I even think Danziel, as its entirety, could have burned that night.
I wish it would.
We all do, except for Marius. He's insisting that there has to be a way to change it.
It's rotted. It is rotted from the inside.
You have to cut out the infection at this point. Rot is festering.
You would have to start over, burn it all down, and restart.
Don't let Marius hear you say that.
I'll say whatever the fuck I feel like.
They give like a half-hearted, I tried shrug.
I appreciate the warning, though. I can't.
Of course.
She's gonna sink down into the seat and just tilt her head back against the wall and start rubbing at the scarring around her artificial arm, starting to tingle.
Let Natasha's music soothe you.
This doesn't feel real.
If you'd asked me a few years ago if this could be real, I'd have agreed with you that it couldn't be. Cameral is making it real. Through
I can't just sit here. I need to think. I need to walk. I need to make something. I need to build. She starts getting up again.
It doesn't stop you. If you're looking for crafts, take a right outside the door, down the hall, third door on the right.
Thank you, David.
Of course.
Where in Danziel were you from?
It's from the south. It's more of the country. I got to see the actual horrors. The city does not speak highly of us.
The city doesn't speak highly of many.
Yes, but when you have the truly twisted, I have learned what their names are, but kind of pauses and looks to the side where the kids are still playing with the brazier.
Walk with me.
Slowly stands up and he walks with you. He leads you to the crafts room, and there's a few people who are already there, working on little stuff. One of the big things that seems to be something that everyone seems to have a real big, almost like an idle, here, just put this together, pull it apart sort of thing. There's like a couple of clocks, just to put together. There's one person who's putting together and then going, working on a fire starter, and they're just kind of staring into flame like, this is fine. But there are a few other projects that other people are working on, with one person having what appears to be a wanted poster of this half person, half beast looking thing that says the Iron Wolf over top it, as well as underneath it, coat ?
She's gonna stare at the clocks for a second and all the people in there, and then look back up at him. Thank you. I'll remember where this is. All of my notes are in my room. And you could see her just forcing the pieces in her mind back together from before before the panic attack.
If you need, I can go get them.
No, the walk. I need to familiarize myself with this place quickly, and while we're staying here, we won't be staying here for very long. I'm talking too much.
This is a place where you can speak as much as you need. And they put their hand to their lip. We will not be silenced.
Not again?
Not again. Go get your papers.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Of course.
this.
Yes.
She's gonna kind of tap her forehead to him before walking off.
Hmm? 1 second. Ah! Sorry, that was my
Freedom!
We do not want my D100 to get freedom.
Oh, Jesus.
It is just a single ball of D100.
Oh, you got one. What? You got a nutcracker, huh?
I got the jawbreaker.
I apologize for nothing.
I appreciate everything.
Nutcracker?
I'm so confused. He said...
Also, Paris.
Yeah.
That's 2 references. One of which is a reference for you. The other which I'm sure you already figured out who that was.
Wait. What?
The
You're gonna have
Iron
to tell me.
Wolf.
Stupid.
VC.
Oh, hang on. Let me look. Wait,
Process
is that a
it.
reference that... Is it, maybe I understand.
It wasn't your character.
Huh?
One of the...
Wait, what?
Yeah, not yours.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to her.
I feel dumb. Help.
NPR.
Uh,
Yeah?
I don't No. No. Wait. Yes! I understand! My baby!
The baby.
I thought for a few moments we were making an Iron Bull reference. I'm like, you haven't played Inquisition.
No. I was making a reference to a different character from one of the other campaigns that was here. Her influence has spread all the way to Molten Hold, and possibly even into Danziel.
I mean, that would make sense.
That's why there's a coat question mark? Because that was something she was working on. You remember?
Yep.
Yeah. Speaking of you, where does Serenity go?
So, I'm heading outside of town.
Out of the city?
Yeah, cause, she might be doing something slightly stupid.
What are you doing?
We're
Okay.
splitting the party again.
Well,
Don't
you
know how
know,
well that went.
Uh-huh.
We totally learned a lesson.
So, hold on.
I
Let her
mean,
speak.
fucking Serenity keeps finding bodies. I guess she's getting angry. Almost like y'all shouldn't split it. But,
You
Go on.
split it.
You shush.
but,
Yes?
she's heading to the edge of the woods. And she'll take a deep breath.
There are no
Evictus?
woods.
Well, wherever the fuck I found Aurelius.
Oh, you're going... Oh, okay. Yep, go ahead. Evictus.
You have 5 minutes. Go nuts.
You say that, you wait, and I'm going to roll a d100.
Uh-huh.
I would like you to choose between even or odd, or high or low. Your choice, one of them, only one. And before you say it, if you get it right, it is something good. If you get it wrong, it is something bad.
Hi.
Okay. You blank out. As you were expecting. You let Evictus have 5 minutes. And when you come back to consciousness, there are 5 dead bodies around you.
Where am I?
You are in the same place.
Do these people look like the cultists?
At the very least, similar. They appeared to have the kind of hacking butcher knife axe that the one had used to cut off Aurelius's leg. I will say, as well though, you have lost 30 hit points.
Okay.
That is taking resistance into account. Being
All right.
clear.
Well done. You can get a lot done in 5 minutes.
Being fair, I only needed the minute, but I had to convince them to come out first, and oh boy, I was in a mood, and I honestly kind of hope you're gonna feel the pain. I kind of wanted them to like bite your fingers off when I reached into that guy's mouth and tried to rip out his jaw. Didn't go that well. Had a weak ass bite. I'm honestly disappointed.
I'm hoping these people at least deserved it.
No, trust me. There's more of them. It's just, well,
They ran screaming.
no. They're probably getting reinforcements. We should leave.
He nods. She'll start running back towards the city. She's well aware of how much of a ruckus this fucker can make. Oh, I realize she's covered in blood, isn't she?
At the very least, you
I
have
love this
streaks of
body.
blood.
She'll take her dress off.
Yeah. So we'll
But she has underclothes, so.
yeah, we'll get to more of that. We'll get to more of that later. Elizabeth,
Yes.
you head off on your own.
Mm-hmm. She is so upset that she's not even trying to hide herself while she walks, to the point that her old way of walking when she was back home working is back. She is just trying to look intimidating.
Okay. Kind of move your way in, go into a tavern, sit the fuck down, and no one really looks like they're gonna, like, you know, cause you any issues or difficulties. They seem to kind of catch the vibe of, I'm not here to be fucked with at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Because that little bit of holding herself together is not there anymore.
Kind of letting it all hang out.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you get a drink?
I do.
Cool. How many?
3.
As you're finishing the third one, you kind of lean back, look around the room. Imagine it's a back to the room, eyes to the door kind of scenario.
Very slowly, but
What do you mean
yeah.
slowly?
It's she's trying to like calculate her movements because now that she's got alcohol in her system,
Right.
she is becoming aware of how she's acting.
Mm.
But because of the alcohol, she can't fall back into pretending.
At
So
least not
everything
easily,
is very
yeah.
slow.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Okay. Okay. Elizabeth, same question.
Mhm. Odd.
Okay. After a little bit, you've let down your guard
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of ways. And then you hear Elizabeth.
She starts looking around trying to see who's talking to her.
Looking around. Closest person at another table's not looking at you. Seems to already be talking to him. You can hear kind of a more gravelly, deep voice of someone rather than the more thin, smooth voice that you heard.
Sounds almost snake-like.
Sounds snivelly.
That's the word, yeah.
Now she's afraid she's hearing things and kind of like sits up a little straighter in her chair.
Elizabeth, might I suggest you return to the friends? Safety in
Who-
numbers.
Who is this?
A name for another time.
Where are you?
I'm here.
It's going to take longer than it probably should for her to realize where the voice is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And her hand is going to quickly go underneath her scarf to hold on to the locket.
You are very quick to catch on.
So I see you've learned common.
It helps when one touched by things squeezes you with enough that you can get the moment to understand. That word is very difficult. But difficult is not. I'm not saying you have to run kicking and screaming.
but safety in numbers. Yes?
I caused enough trouble. Why not cause more? She'll stand up and start heading out of the tavern as casually as she can. Her hand still... She's white-knuckling the locket at the moment.
That's the spirit.
Why do you care if I'm with them or not?
Because your friend with the mark, they fight for a cause I can get behind.
You know they want me to get rid of this, right?
That's because they do not yet know that I am on your side.
I have a hard time believing that, and I'm the one wearing you around my neck.
Have I not been assisting you so far?
So I'm not going crazy. You've been helping me with my shoulder.
I have been mending your shoulder, yes. I have not been keeping
Why
it...
does it matter if I'm hurt or not?
Because I will not go back to Danziel. Not without burning every inch of it to the ground.
Oh, God damn it. What the hell did D'Artes do?
They made something, and they made a deal. But that is not between you and me. Go. Sleep on it. I'm tired.
Why are you tired? You're not the one that got into a fight.
Because I am feeling your exhaustion.
It's not like you... I don't know how this works.
I don't know how this works either. Isn't that fun?
You know, why should I listen to you? You were on the neck of somebody who tried to kill me.
I'm on the neck of a lot of people.
Well, when I took you, you were on the neck of somebody who tried to kill me.
Yes, exactly. I am on the neck of a lot of people. If you put me around the neck of a child, I'm on their neck. I don't have a say in what you do or choose to do. I am along for the ride.
It must be very important, because the last person who had you around their neck is dead.
Ah, it's great to hear. I did not like them.
Oh, so we can agree on one thing. D'Artes can die.
What do you mean can? He did.
Oh, you know he's got a father.
What? There's a genuine sound of like, no!
You just ruined his entire week.
Oh! You thought his son was bad. Oh, the stories I could tell you about his father.
Oh, are they painting him in the picture of the man who puts his ass outside the window?
They're the ones who tried to take over the collective. If that means anything to you.
I'm going to sleep. You need to tell me all of this tomorrow.
Okay. And she lets go of the locket and starts back towards the villa. And before you say anything, no, she is not going to tell anybody. They just talked.
I suspected not.
Obviously.
Yeah, I love it anyway. I don't care.
Dude, it was
I love
great.
his
It
voice.
was glorious anyway.
It is a bitch.
That could have been so much worse.
It could have been so much worse.
So glad fucking Serenity did not swing. Holy shit.
That guy is a dick. I did not like him.
You got that too, huh? I did not hit him. I did not.
I did like a high mark.
See, all I could think was fucking Zephyr from Dragon Age, because I am a fucking dork.
I mean, we're all dorks here. So, speaking of dorks, Zark.
Yeah, you really just went for his throat.
I go for your throat too if you were next in line, but Zark was next in line, so.
Look, my throat is an open target. I understand.
It's because you bear it all the time.
He's like, please, the chopping block, I need it. So, Zark,
So what's... Yeah.
you've said your piece, you watched Aurelius and Elizabeth walk off, and Oliver just kind of sits there for a moment with you, nodding slowly, and then kind of just like, do you need anything?
You know... No, I can't think of anything. You guys don't have rum here.
Yo, we have so much rum.
You have rum?
We have rum. We have rum, mead, ale. We have actually a lot of like the, standard stuff. Like the good cheap shit, We make it ourselves too.
Make it...
We make our own rum. He looks like mildly, with air quotes, pleased with that.
I challenge you.
You're going to die.
No.
He turns and he wheels you down, and as you're going, you see Cameron run past, just like, okay, so I'm going the wrong way. And he kind of pauses, like, you're, kind of looks at you and is like, you're the one who stabbed me. Are you feeling better?
Not now. Drinking. Do you want to come?
No, I need to find Artemis somewhere. I was told where she went. No, wait. No, I was told the direction. Son of a... maybe later. Kind of looks up, sees Oliver, kind of looks at you, is like, don't die. Kind of like wiggles his finger like, I can't stop you. And walks off.
Aurelius looks to the Goliath and then looks back at the other guy and is like, does he have problems with directions?
No, people in this estate have problems giving directions. They wave in general areas, and he tries to figure out and rationalize based off of that, only to find out that the person has been messing with him and sending him in the wrong direction. So when he goes in the opposite direction, thinking that they're messing with him, they're telling him the correct information, which makes him, unfortunately, look a lot more scatterbrained around the estate. Once he goes outside of the estate, though, people give him the correct directions, and he looks every bit the mountain soldier that he has been.
Mountain soldier.
Oh, that get me 2 drinks in and we'll talk.
Alright, I'm listening.
So he goes into the kitchen area, and you see that there's like this motherly looking tiefling who is pouring out different meals, more heartier breakfasts and such. And kind of sees and kind of looks, is just like, welcome, how can I be of assistance? We're going to get the keg. No, we're getting the keg. No, you can't stop me. He challenged me. Oliver,
Aurelius,
he walks down the stairs. She's like yelling after, like, Oliver, you can't do that. Not again.
I like how I can hear the trademark behind the keg.
Yes. She kind of like pauses it when you start chanting that, looks back, and he's just like, oh, you put them up to this.
Yes, I did.
All I am going to say is that if you die, I will not bury you.
I've already died once. Couldn't hurt to die a second time.
You and everyone here. My goodness. What is with everyone's death wish here? Here, kind of moves you over to the table and is just like, now, I understand it's still early, however, I have, and starts pulling out a number of different foods, and then you hear the clock, tuck, clap tap of someone walking in as you see the. Have you seen the prosthetic legs where it's got like instead of being straight down peg leg, it's got the curve to kind of bounce it a little bit?
Yeah.
Like kind of more foot like. There's a halfling who comes in, and clearly one of their legs is one of those to act as their leg, and it gives them this spryness to them that clearly is not lost as they come in. They're like, "Hello, dear. How's the food coming?" And she's like, "I'm setting out something for the new person. Oh, we have new people. I'll make a feast. 2 feasts even. Maybe even we'll have time for a 3rd feast. Please calm down. We don't have enough food for all that. But you don't have enough food yet." Kind of pauses, looks at him. 1 feast. 1 feast. Spoil sport. You are just jealous that I'm going to have the best flavors. Yes, that's it. Kind of rolls her eyes and just like, don't mind him. He's excited to cook for people. Just people. What's your name, son?
Aurelius.
A good name. Here, there are rolls, butter. We've been able to get some imports of extra honey if you want to put that on your rolls. We have pulled pork. We have soup. We have, what do you call this again? Huh? What, this food? This. I'll figure it out later. It is good, I promise. It's halfling dish.
From what I understand, halfling dishes tend to be pretty good. At least from my experience.
You're correct then. Marius is nothing if sorry, not Marius. Marius is supposed to be in here for his supper in kind of like starts ticking off numbers and goes, he'll be in. Of all, what? Oliver's getting a keg. Keg. No.
Keg.
Like the fucking seagulls from Finding Nemo.
Mine?
Why?
And then you hear boom, boom, boom as you see just Oliver just kind of walks up the stairs with a keg strapped to his back, sets it down, lays it on its side, opens up a big pint, closes it, slides it over to Aurelius, sets up a second one, and just downs it.
Aurelius.
Oval.
Basically.
Oval does that. Not Oval. Oliver does the keg. Oliver brings the keg up, sets down, gives drinks. Also slides one to Oval because Oval... Yeah. No, the Goliath...
You did this to yourself.
Yeah, yes. I did set that up poorly. But the Goliath has the keg on his back. Yes, Paris.
So there's Oliver and there's Oval.
You're in danger. Yes, Oval is the halfling. Oliver is the Goliath.
To make it easier for my brain, I'm going to call him Ovalier.
Yes.
So there's a difference in my brain. All right.
Yep.
I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here no more.
I don't want to play anymore.
Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared.
Right. So do all 3 of us have a...
Yep. You all, and they hold it up and like, cheers, and they shoomp, knock
Skull.
it back. Yep.
Aurelius
knocks it back.
Yeah. Like you like the way he's drinking.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell this is one of the ways he used to pass the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like he would just do these kind of little competitions with other paladins of the other order, other knights he came across, other, like throughout his life. Basically, this would how he would pass time.
Mm-hmm.
He's enjoying this a lot.
He's
And
such a
while
cutie.
and while Oval goes back to cooking, occasionally sending like a plate of. You saw that he had been putting eggs into a pot, and you saw that he peeled them and had these eggs, but then he cut them in half and he made something out of it. Effectively, he made deviled eggs. He slides them over. He's like, finger food. Trust me, they're good.
Eggs.
He made
Eggs
devil
for Bart.
And Oliver just immediately like grabs two of them, shoves them in his mouth, like, these are some of the best things I've ever tasted. I swear, I could eat all of them all day. Good shit.
I do have a question.
Did
they have the marks?
Oval, no. However, on the back of her hands, the tiefling woman, who you find out her name is Kala.
Ooh. That's a name.
Yep.
There we go. That's what a name looks like.
You have no idea what the marks mean, but she has them on the back of the hand.
I guess as they're drinking, Aurelius is just kind of like chatting and asking like questions every now and then, just about them, about like sharing stories. You know, just kind of like the stock standard.
You shoot the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like it's a grand old time.
Yep.
At one point, Aurelius tells a story where he lost his greatsword, and he was panicking because the one thing you don't do is lose your sword. And he's looking for it, and he's looking for it, and he finds he goes further into the mountains looking because he swore he left it there, and he finds his white wolf at the time, Lux, with his greatsword in her mouth, just smiling at him.
He howls with laughter, just like, the wolf stole your sword! Oh, need me a dog like that. Oh, that's
She
a
was the
good one.
greatest.
Yes. Yeah, you need another drink. I said 2 drinks. I would tell you, Mountain Man Cameron. Yes.
Yes. Yes, Mountain Man.
Yeah. So, I met Cameron when I was up in the north. Have you heard of the Avalanche Runners? I'd say that with your position on the map, I'd say you've actually vaguely heard about them, but they're not like a paladin order or anything like that. They were a group of effectively people who would go out especially during times of winter or whatnot, and would find people lost in the mountains.
So Aurelius understands this as, weren't they the winter hunters, the winter trackers?
Trackers,
Something like that?
Something like that, yes. Apparently, at a few points, Cameron was known for saving a number of people. He actually saved me. Technically speaking, understand, everyone here, we are all criminals. You are surrounded by crime. You're not going to get away with it. If you try and turn us into a paladin order, though, Cameron will break your other leg. It's just how it works.
I don't think I could run a paladin order, with one arm.
Hey,
How am I supposed to hold the papers?
with your other arm. The one arm you get. That is also why you get secretary. Yes, like Beth. Beth is very good, wonderful secretary. She takes care of the housework.
I don't think I can afford a secretary.
Ah, well, in which
Even
case,
if I were to
tough
start an order.
luck. Tough luck then. But yes,
I would always get one of my friends to help me, but I don't think they'd care enough to.
did you ask?
Anyway. No, it's not something I can see myself doing.
Not yet, maybe. Give them time. Some people will surprise you. Like Cameron.
Yes,
Cameron.
Cameron, sorry.
Yes, no, you're fine. Cameron, how do I put this? Cameron might have set off an avalanche.
You're joking.
No, he set off an avalanche and then he pronounced me dead. And helped
Really?
spirit me out of Gorlin. I knew
You
we were on the side of a losing conflict. Cormundum was going to strike back. We were going to lose, and I'd lost faith in my country. It is a barren wasteland at this point. Very, very dangerous. Almost wild, tribal, in the worst way possible. I've seen the tribes of Cormundum. There's dignity, pride. None of that in Gorlin. And that's why I followed Cameron. I am a guard here. But I am not here to guard Cameron. Kind of nods his head to Kala, who is still cooking off the side, and to Ovol. I'm here to guard these people. Me and where is Peniel? I'm sure she will show up. Either that or someone will have jumped over the wall and will be sent promptly back over the wall. Peniel is very good for that. Kind of leans forward conspiratorially. Orc woman. Very nice. Very strong. But that's also not including if you try and go into the have you heard of the comm room? Probably not. You were just here. We have a place called the comm room. Kind of like looks you over. You're kind of a slightly more built individual, like, you know, strong because you're a paladin and whatnot. Kind of like
as I said, he's kind of got like a built slender.
Ooh, yep.
Yeah.
He kind of like rubs his chin for a moment. He's like, I'm not sure if Natasha Winworth would be for you or not. Maybe. Be careful. The bard might flirt with you.
Wait. Wait, there's a bard here?
Yes, in the comm room. They play music to try and help calm the children. They are a wonderful sitar player. Even better at sparring. They are their own type of wizard with the blade. Wizard, as though they're on the gloss side. No. But they also tell stories of a man who is known as Dawn Killer, which obviously means it's overly hyped.
Oh, I know a thing about.
Roll a history check, actually. Yeah, you've heard the name Dawn Killer, but it doesn't strike the chord that you might have expected. You're like, I've heard of it, but it didn't have anything to do with what your training was focused on. So it's like one of those. I mean,
like, I feel like it'd be one of the reasons why some people would have joined the order to begin with, but since he was raised in it, he didn't really care much for
effectively
that particular story. Yeah. So he basically goes, know a thing or two about over-exaggerated stories.
Don't worry. I
name sounds familiar though.
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
It's, these people here, would you consider them your family?
Yes, and I would kill God himself if they tried to take them from me.
I heard that. You're being sentimental and sappy.
Of course I am! I'm on my second drink!
Aurelius smiles. And then he says, "Can I ask you something?
Eh?
What do you do when your family is fighting?"
You need an intermediary. You need someone to let them all sit down and speak. Not yelling. If they are yelling, then they're not being heard. They're shouting and they're trying to clearly force their words into a person's ears. But that, when you yell, you are trying to swing a punch with your words. And that's good sometimes. Sometimes you need to yell at people, but when people are punched, generally the first instinct most people have is to punch back, yes?
When a sword comes your way, you don't exactly embrace the sword.
Yes. Being stabbed is not that's another way of putting it, yes. Or a hammer. If someone hits you with a hammer, you tend to want to stab them or hit them back. Or it can make it so you're not focused because you've been hit in the head.
Become dazed, and when you try to guard against it, well,
Yes.
let's just say there's a reason why shields don't work very well against hammers.
Yes. They need to be heard. But if they yell, they are not feeling heard.
So, I need to find someone who is willing to act outside of us and perhaps give us an outsider's insight.
I
You'll have
volunteer Cameron. Mostly because it will anger him to hear that he was volunteered to do something that he has no idea he's been volunteered to do again. No, in all seriousness, no. Someone more like Natasha or Beth would be better.
Natasha?
Yes, the bard. Granted, was you? Oh wait, no, Artemis. All right, she would definitely be flirting with you and Artemis. Maybe Elizabeth. Oh, actually, no. With what Elizabeth was wearing, definitely would be flirting. Serenity, maybe not so much. Kind of built a little broad-shouldered, strong woman. But then again, strong woman, Natasha might still flirt. Never can tell with that one. She's kind of a disaster in that way. Go with Beth. Beth is your best option.
Remind me, who's Beth?
Beth is the half elf who greeted you.
Right. Sorry. These names are a bit
It's
overwhelming right now.
you are also 2 drinks in, and you're halfway through your 3rd one. Why have you not finished your 3rd drink? I am literally at the bottom. Turns his mug over.
This is my 4th.
Pauses, leans aside, fills his up, closes it, shoots it back, fills it up, sets it down, grabs yours, fills it up.
Drink on, my friend!
Clicks it against yours.
Skull.
And
Skull!
we'll leave you two to your drinking.
Yeah. Like, that was basically all I needed from that scene. I'm good.
No, but it also, it set up some stuff, obviously. Plus, it also meant that I could give Paris the soul-rending knowledge of who exactly Artemis saw. Speaking of Artemis, you go get your papers. You go up. You swear you can hear, like, the sound of, like, people, like, running around and doing stuff. And for a moment, you kind of get that tension of just, and then you see
just kind of a couple teenagers, just kind of running around, scars and damage across them, but looking comfortable, at the very least at peace in some way. And you have to force yourself to kind of relax and remember that this place is weird. This place is fucking weird.
Yeah.
It's not that it's safe, it's that it's weird.
Yeah, she's just kind of staring after them because she's never seen that kids that looked like. What race are they?
There's one of them is like a young, you'd say probably like maybe 11 years old, half elf, and the other one is a maybe like 13-year-old tiefling, give or
So
take.
that is not a teenager.
Yeah, she's never seen kids of those races from that is in an environment that is so familiar and foreign at the same time. So carefree. So she's just kind of gonna quietly kind of watch them, kind of tilting her head forward as they get out of sight.
Mhm.
And then she's gonna pull herself back and forcibly snap herself out of it and try to kind of rifle through papers, trying to order them again, and start walking as she's doing that.
Yep. You hear the sound of someone coming around the corner, and you're about at the door, so you're, getting ready to walk in, and then you hear, "Oh, finally! Ah! Oh! Ah!" And then you look up, you see Cameron, like, looking a little winded, excited, and then kind of like, "Ooh! Ah!" Takes it, like, he steps back behind the corner, and just basically steps out of you. You hear, like, a little, look like a mess. Steps around again, a slightly bit more composed, but still like I've been running around this entire place for 2 days kind of look. Just kind of, Artemis. Hi.
Hey. She just kind of looks up at him, just a little dazed herself, but she's fully registering that he's right there. And she looks over him. Have you been running?
I asked your friends where you went, and they didn't give me specifics, so I've been trying to find you, and I'm pretty sure that the next person I asked told me to go to the other side where you weren't, and then I was sent back this way.
Oh, I've been wandering around. This is new. This is a lot. This is.
It's a big place. You're fine.
No, it's not about that.
Oh?
Cameron, what is this?
This estate? This everything? It's a haven. It's safety.
How many are here?
Currently? 42.
She's just gonna suck in a breath, and her chest is gonna get tight again, and she's gonna kind of press her fingers into her chest again, just digging it into her scar tissue from it to force herself to feel something and just shake her head. That paints a very large bullseye.
It would have. And did for a little bit. But, well, the last time they tried to send someone in to bring people home, as the man tried to say, let's just say that I reminded them that they came here to be safe. I'll do everything I can to make sure that they're safe.
I was told you had a run-in With a man and his wolf.
I remember that guy. He tried to tell me that he was well within his rights to do what he did.
Mm.
And I reminded him that I was well within my rights to keep him from doing that.
I've had a run-in with that one before. She's gonna reach down and just kind of prop herself up against the wall so she can touch her calf again.
He watches and he kind of pauses. He kind of takes a step closer, reaches out a hand, places on her shoulder if she lets him.
She won't stop him, but she will stiffen under the touch, but she won't make him move. But she will look up at him very questioningly.
It's a lot to take in, isn't it? Being fair, 42 is the number of people who've stayed.
This is so dangerous, Cameron.
Yeah. They're aware.
They wouldn't have survived if they weren't aware. You. She's gonna start pointing at him, but just shaking her finger, just trying to find the words again. Letting out just a little disbelieving laugh. You are putting yourself in so much danger. You don't even know.
Do I? Do I not know? Because I feel like the several people who have tried to take my life only for me to have to remind them that I'm really not interested in dying and send them back from whence they came is a pretty good indication. A start, if nothing else.
Was there something you wanted to talk with me about?
I just wanted to see you again and just talk.
Okay. I'm not. This is,
We can go into the crafts room. You look like you were about to head in.
Yes. She's gonna start rifling with her papers again.
Here, he will offer to hold or carry any papers that she's holding.
She's gonna
good.
carefully put some of them into his arms, but like the designs for what she the bare minimum she has for like an arm and a leg are in her arms.
Of course, and he will open the door for her, and when he steps inside, like you kind of noticed the atmosphere before, where people were working and kind of just messing around a little bit. And Davin is still in there, but when Davin sees Cameron step in, they kind of perk up a little bit and kind of like gently pats one of the people, and as the people kind of all kind of seem to all be kind of alerted, they kind of all look up like, Cameron, hey, we got all this, and started kind of talking all at once. He kind of holds my hand like, hey guys, hey, hold on, bring it around over there. I'll get with you in a second. Hold on, over there, 2 seconds, come on. As they all seem to immediately brighten by his presence of trying to almost one up and show off like, hey look, I made this thing that'll let you fire this cord up into the air. I don't know what I'm going to use it for yet, but I got it. This one will let me throw rocks really far. It's a mini trebuchet. Stuff like that, where it's just like, what? So a catapult. It's a toy. It's to throw it really far.
That sounds rather interesting, actually. Do you think you could be able to hook it up to someone's arm and make it like a A gauntlet?
Very possible. It would mean that you'd have a bit more freedom in using like a sling, but without using a two-handed. A gauntlet, though. I hadn't thought about that. Ooh, he slides off to go start working on something new as he's suddenly like, yeah. And Cameron just kind of looks at you just like, you're full of ideas still, huh?
I don't think there's much of a way to stop them.
That's good. Here, and kind of sets some of the papers down. There's like a bit of glass that he sets down on top of the papers, and he kind of puts it into like a little box. It's like to make sure you don't damage your papers while you're working. I spoke with some of the people here, and they said that this was a something that would help them, and I figured it would help you too.
Thank you. Did you want to stay and she just kind of looks down at her papers? I can tell you how this might work and
Yeah,
how this.
I'd be happy to. And you hear one of the people in the back go, ooh. And then immediately, like as soon as he said that, there's one of the other guys kind of like looks between, catches on, and kind of walks over, just jaw jacks him, knocks him the fuck out, and he's just like, don't mind him, he's an idiot. Let me go back to work out what we can here. Oh no, my chemicals!
Rip.
Yeah, she's gonna get a little flustered there and look at the camera rather than questioningly.
Kind of waves them off. They do that for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to think that I'm just... They think I'm weird.
Well,
And
you are weird.
I'm happy to be weird. Then again, I'd prefer...
I wouldn't like you if you weren't weird.
Likewise. No, come on. Show me how this works.
And she's gonna brighten up and just start explaining and like pulling out pieces of paper apart and just putting them in a big, like, if she could make a paper mache thing of what she wants to make, she probably would, but there's not a lot of time or effort for it right now.
Right.
And so she's just like mapping it out on the table and just thoroughly explaining how each mechanism would go in and how the magic and the like would connect into Aurelius's arm and shoulder, and have. But it also explains that she still needs to do proper measurements on him, see how much he weighs, how much his other arm weighs, his grip strength, all of that.
Right. As you're discussing this, like, Cameron nods. He's following most of it. As you're doing so, some of the other guys kind of like almost seem to like be hearing it and be like, "Hold on a second, cha-cha, real smooth." Slide over and be like, "So hold on, what if you twisted that bit right there?" No. If you do that, you'll make it counterbalanced. Well, what if you made it like this? But if you made it out of this material and add a little bit of cork. Why cork? It's softer.
It's lighter.
We got some cork in the back. You think that'll work? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
She's just perking up, like everything about her is just kind of lightening up, and she's
effectively, you have gained 4 people who are understanding what you're saying, and are now all of a sudden like, hold on, we can make this project work effectively, so that you can do it within the at least 2-day time span you were expecting it to be.
You have obtained a lab crew.
Effectively, yes.
And during all of that, she's going to kind of look over at camera and be like, "You've talked about me since I left.
All the time.
Why?
You're brilliant.
With 6 hours."
6 hours, and you left some of the ideas in writing. I've kept them.
You kept the napkins?
Yeah. I knew I wasn't going to remember all of it just off the top of my head, and I had it rewritten out so I could better understand some of it. And I've been trying to pull some of that into making Molten Whole, just as a whole, a place where people brilliant like you can be.
You left an impression too.
Oh, I did? I hope it was a good one. As soon as you started talking, I struggled with a lot of it, and I know that I looked really out of it for some of what you're saying, but I promise I was listening.
She's just gonna she's not gonna reach out to hold his hand, but she's going to kind of nudge his foot under the table with hers so that he doesn't get bullied again by having a girl near him. You make me feel safe.
I do my best. It's what people deserve. They need to know that this place is, if not a home, then a haven, where you can avoid getting hurt, or, well, if you hurt yourself. Yeah.
It's just you. And very few people are able to have that sort of effect on me. Actually, I can count 2.
I'm glad that I'm able to make you. And you hear us in this. He kind of pauses and looks past you at the door, kind of moves past and opens it, and then you just see whoom of what appears to be a very drunk Aurelius in his wheelchair, holding a broom like a lance as Oliver is running him down the hallway. Just as Kenroll slowly leans out, watching them, and then sees it like does a full like skirt, one wheel off the ground as they're turning a corner before into the distance, and Kenroll slowly leans back in, closes the door, turns around. Oliver had a keg again. Not again. I am not taking responsibility for. That's coming out of his paycheck.
Woo!
Artemis is just gonna. Did she see that Aurelius was?
It was totally Aurelius, yes. We're getting to you
I'm
next,
sure he was
Paris.
provoked.
Hmm?
I'm sure he was provoked. Aurelius is.
He doesn't need much to be provoked. You can say, hey, you want a drink, and he will pull out the keg. I'd say he has a problem, but he's usually also a solution at the same time, so I can't exactly blame him. So, you were explaining about how this pivots?
Oh yes, and then she'll launch back into that explanation.
Marvelous.
Enthusiastic hand gestures, occasionally just scribbling out a wildly drawn diagram.
Marvelous. So,
Aurelius approach.
Aurelius just like, la da 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 da. With-
Hey, did you see that? Well, that was awesome.
You did so good. You actually, as Soraya comes back in, Aurelius, you are upside down. Your leg is caught in the banister, and Oliver is no, it's not caught in the banister. Oliver is over the banister, holding your ankle, and like you just look up, Soraya, and just see as Aurelius is just very happily waving a broom around, just like it was, as you said.
It was awesome. I love this.
That was so cool. Let's do it again.
Hold on.
I gotta hold on. I'm flexing. Who lifts you back up over the railing with one arm and just sets you back in the chair. All right.
What's next? What are we charging?
That way.
Yes.
Just shakes her head with a smile before she goes to her room. Or at least he's too drunk to notice, unfortunately.
Yeah. At the moment. So you head back to your room.
Flop down on the bed. Won't get used to that. My head is killing me just from those 5 minutes.
I mean, being fair, those 5 minutes are the sexiest minutes you ever give. Like, full control, just, you really don't know how to fully stretch yourself.
I try not to.
You really should. It's,
I can't tell if you want to touch me or touch yourself.
yes.
Ugh. Just kind of like rolls over on her side.
Ew, are you having a pity party? Are you pity partying yourself? Ew. Stop that. You're a bad bitch.
Look, I'm just tired, okay?
Of what?
My own stupidity.
I mean, everyone's stupid. You're very stupid. Elizabeth is very stupid. Aurelius is exceptionally stupid. Artemis is clever. Except for the parts where she's stupid. I am a genius, but I've lived long enough to know enough.
I'm humble, too.
Incredibly humble.
You can call it what you want. I'm tired.
Okay, but have you considered not being tired?
Hard to get somebody to see your fucking point when they don't fully understand what you're saying.
I can't feel tired. That's literally just... I could feel tired, but I don't have a body. I get 5 minutes to feel how tired you are, and then it's like back into the head. Do you understand what it's like? Vicariously feeling half of your problems and the other half are like, hit or miss.
Sometimes I wish I could, but then that would mean letting you loose in the world unleashed.
But don't you just want to go crazy? Just let me go apeshit just a little longer.
There would be too many bodies.
You're right. It would be a great orgy.
There would be too many dead bodies.
Tomato, tomato.
And unfortunately, I don't like the idea of innocence being killed by what is supposedly my body.
Hey. Kids do not have the ability to understand. I only go for the people who understand that I will kill them, but I'll also give them the most fucking rockin' night of their lives. We don't touch...
Are you sure you're on a succubus?
No. Incubus. I'm a top.
You're an incubus!
No. Ha! Made you think I was, though.
It wouldn't shock me with how frequently you end up giving me weird sexual thoughts.
Look, I'm horny! I don't get to fuck! I'm stuck in your head, and I only get to fuck or do other things when you let me out. And guess when you let me out? It's when I have to kill shit!
But you felt things when I felt them.
Sometimes! It's hit or miss! You understand how it feels to sometimes get to feel when you fuck, and sometimes not.
You in a roundabout way trying to tell me to fuck more often.
Yes! Because if you fuck more often, I have more opportunities to feel fucked!
You know, I don't exactly know what Artemis's thoughts on just random fucking are, unfortunately, so...
Okay, but consider asking her. Like, I don't care if you're doing it in, like, goddamn public. Just fuck.
Yeah. Yes, just barge into my... lover? Partner's room and just go, hey, how do you feel about casual sex?
Yes, exactly like that, and they'll understand immediately. Do you understand how dense they are? You gotta throw a fastball special right to their head for them to understand. Just open the door and be like, hey, we sex. And then they sex.
I think you are heavily overestimating that.
Am I, though?
You know what? I'm feeling bold. That's stupid. Let's make a bet.
What are we betting? Oh, wait. We're betting minutes?
Well, I was going to bet something else, but...
Oh, I want to hear what you're offering.
I'm going to see if she's in there alone. Talk with her. If she says yes to something, I'll ask her if I can be a bit more loose. Therefore, you feel more.
Mm-hmm.
However, if she says no, which she probably will because she's busy, then I get to ask you any question and you have to answer honestly.
Okay, but I'm also allowed to say veto if the question makes me uncomfortable.
Deal. But you can't say that you're uncomfortable just to be an asshole.
I can totally say veto just to be an asshole.
Those are my terms.
I understand that, but literally 78% of my character is just being an asshole. Have you not caught on to that in all of our time together? In all the sensual, intimate moments? That I am an asshole? Yes! I am literally inside of you all the time!
Yes, and you seem to despise every second of it.
I know, right? I only get to feel somewhat of the stuff you get. You get stabbed, and I don't even get to feel that. Do you know how much that hurts?
No.
It's painful.
In fact, I would very much like to not feel being stabbed, but
Oh,
hey.
you get stabbed more often. It's a good look. Anyways, go ask the question.
Oh. She gets up. She'll go to Artemis's room.
I
Can't
love
believe
him.
that I'm actually doing this.
Artemis is not in her room.
Oh,
You do see, however, an upside down Aurelius.
Again.
you're still upside down?
No, we
No,
hit
this
the
one is
banister
different.
again.
Hey, Ray.
These banisters keep getting in our way.
Have you happened to see Artemis?
I think I saw her. Was that a workshop?
It was in the room. If you up, it's on this level down there. That way. Yeah, that way.
You
Maybe.
two continue having
Yeah.
fun. I'll find my way around.
You should join us.
Oh yeah.
I,
Jousting.
if I'm free later, I'll join you.
Go lost.
He's going to go and see if you can find the fucking workshop. Holy fucking shit.
I'll say with a little bit of looking around, you're able to find the workshop where you see Artemis. How do we put this?
Surrounded?
It's the image of Artemis, like Artemis the most boss you've seen them, where she's able to get people to move around and do all this stuff. It's her in her element, but as the master of her element.
It's very much like a
You got
almost
Doki Doki right now.
it's almost like an industrial kind of feeling. I'm guessing, right?
A little bit.
Yeah, where it's like, okay, this person goes here, does this thing, they do it well, they come back. Okay, this person do that. While that's happening, you go, that kind of.
Yeah, Serenity's got the Doki Dokis right now. I'm trying to ignore them.
And Artemis is absolutely focused on what she's doing. Because she now has almost a production line with her.
Oh, this is a bad idea. I can't do this. She's
Coward, you don't want to know, but you also don't want to give me the the looseness. Give me the looseness.
Look at her. She's busy.
Are you saying you give up? Are you saying you're going to give it to me?
Oh, I hate you.
Yeah.
Artemis is gonna look up and see Serenity at the door and just give her probably the easiest smile she's seen since she got there. Because she is not wearing her scarf.
It's so stupid. She looks so awkward standing there. She just waves very meekly at her. Do I
You
need
get
to
a
come?
gesture to come closer.
Okay. She'll start walking up to her and she just looks around. I see that we have gathered an entire group.
Oh, well, they were already here, and Cameron has been quite a bit of help. And she gestures to wherever Cameron still is in the room.
Hi. Good to see you again.
Hi. She looks.
Cameron, this is the other one that makes me feel safe.
Ah. I'm glad.
This is my partner, Serenity.
He holds out a hand to you.
The face is even more just like embarrassed. And she'll take his hand. Hi.
Pleasure.
Oh, I mean, I'm kind of currently residing in your house, so I think the pleasure's more mine.
I mean, fair enough.
Darling?
Hmm?
Do you think that I could have just a minute of your time?
She looked around at what she's getting done and all of this stuff that's surrounding her. She really doesn't want to stop because she's on a roll right now.
Yeah, she's got that, like, she's got the ADHD, my brain is active in one set course. I need to stay the course.
There is a raw manic energy in her eyes, but it's surprisingly controlled from what you've seen of her manic energy.
Right.
Did you ask me here? It's okay. You can ask me here, whatever it is.
He looks at her and has just the most please don't make me face.
If you need to step off to the side, place over there, and motions off to the side. I'll try and keep these people in line. Try.
I'll be right back, I promise. And she just kind of pats Cameral's arm before going off to the side with Serenity.
It's nice seeing you in your element.
Thank you. What is it?
She kind of leans closer so that it is as quiet as possible. I've a bit of an itch that I need scratched if you are free later.
I don't think that's a good idea with me right now.
What?
But if you can find someone else, that would be also okay.
Oh. Okay, so because Serenity is so fucking unguarded with Artemis, for a few brief moments her eyes do flicker to Cameron before she looks back at her.
There's very much confusion there for a second. She's like, if you want to sleep with him, you can try. I'm not sure.
I don't think it's me he's interested in, man.
Oh no. It's not. That's not it. Serenity, I had a panic attack earlier. I don't think. No, you can find someone else, but I have to get back to work. And she promptly gets back to what she was doing.
Hell of a thing to just drop on your significant other.
She didn't want to explain why she wouldn't be in the mood.
I mean, it's understandable, but it's also like, I had a panic attack. Bye! She just smiles.
But she was given permission to fuck someone else if she wanted to.
His entire, like, the worst part is she knows how to approach it, but she also doesn't know how to approach this one specifically. Is the primary issue.
And she does kind of squint at Cameron after Serenity put that idea in her head. She's like, is that a thought? Probably not. Probably not. That can't be it. No, never mind. That's ridiculous.
Now I'm curious as to what she thought she meant.
Oh no, she thought that she in her head, you put the idea of Cameron being interested in her romantically.
Oh yeah.
No, definitely not. Certainly
Yeah,
not.
Yeah, she's like, that's not it. That's definitely not it.
Certainly not. Unless.
Just
She'll move over to like standby camera. I'm assuming you're attached here.
To the villa?
No. Here. She gestures to the workspace.
At the moment.
Okay.
You okay?
Okay is a broad term. You want to define it?
Not feeling like you're losing your mind?
Oh, then no.
Oh. I'm sorry?
Just puts her face to her head. Like her hand to her face. I was going to ask if you minded sparring, since I know that you're more of a guard in the physical aspect, but if you need to stay here, I would understand.
Later. I can definitely do it later. Be something to kind of blow off steam from, well, the little I'm not doing. Kind of softly chuckles and motions to the work being done.
I think you're still ages ahead of me in what you're doing here. She shrugs.
Shrugs in return. I'm just helping, really.
What does she have you doing?
Right now, I'm holding these pieces together so that the adhesive will dry properly, so that it will allow for the motion of the what will be an ankle joint. Kind of like looks at it with this look of just, I don't know fully, but I'm trusting the process. Send
Miles.
help.
I will leave you to your assigned glue task.
I'll be fine. Kind of like
Oh, you do.
shift slowly, looking at like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I was told to do it, and I totally know what I'm doing. You can't prove that.
She just pats his shoulder with like the solidarity of, it's fine, bro. I understand the confusion.
I don't know what this does. Oh no.
Don't worry, I'll come rescue you in a few hours. Actually, you seem to be having fun.
I am. I'm learning. I don't understand a lot of it, but I'm understanding enough to know it's something that makes her happy, and I'm here for that.
Do you think she'd be offended if I stayed here?
Would you be offended if you stayed here?
No, but I just feel like I'd be getting in the way.
Of?
I don't understand any of it.
And I don't. I don't think you understand fully. See him over there? He's explained to me that if you use these runes here, it'll do something involving the leg to make it connect to. Leans forward. I understand about every couple of words when it sounds like they're speaking in common, and then they speak in some foreign language I don't speak, and I lose all understanding.
She can't stop laughing. Okay, no, that I understand perfectly.
You get used to it here. You kind of learn to love it here.
If you don't mind.
I don't.
Is there a chair that I could pull up beside him?
Yeah.
So pull up a seat and sit. And if she's put to work, she'll do what needs to be done.
Oh yeah, you're given things to do.
Yep.
Artemis is giving everyone work to do.
Yep. In the back of your head, you hear Evictus go, "Sounds like that wasn't a no."
That was absolutely a no from her, Victus.
It did not feel like a no, and you know it.
That was a no because she does not wish to be touched due to her mental state. However, that does not mean that I cannot look for something elsewhere. However, that does mean I win our bet.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
No, you totally didn't.
Artemis said no.
She did not say no.
She absolutely said no, and you are just trying to win the bet now just because you do not want to share your secrets.
No, I want to win the bet now because I want to feel again.
I could punch myself in the face. Would that
I
help?
would only have a somewhat % chance of being able to feel it, and if I didn't feel it, I'd be disappointed. I've already stated this. Why are you not paying attention?
I'm paying attention. It's fun to get you irritated, Hop, if you think I don't.
Artemis is just gonna bounce around there and just like, oh, we need to get Aurelius in here for his measurements. Do you
He's upside down and shrunk.
Right. You just see him.
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah!
She's
This-
gonna step out
this
and
is
put out
round-
her hand with her thumb up. Hey,
Yeah.
come on in.
Oh. All right.
Aurelius pokes Artie with the
Broom.
broom, just like gently.
Poke, poke, poke.
And it's almost like she's played with several kids about this kind of thing before and just kind of mock swoons dramatically. You got me.
Okay, drag me in.
He'll
the
bring, he pushes you in and he lets you be measured and checked on for making your bits properly.
All these people in this room.
Yeah,
Okay.
lots of people. Which we still have a little bit of time. So before we end session, we'll do just a little bit more, as we'll gently turn our head and look over towards Elizabeth again.
Mm-hmm.
So, you return.
Yeah, making sure not to be seen at this point. So once the halls are clear, she'll go to her room.
Okay. There are people moving about in the halls.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was more to make sure the rest of the party didn't see her.
Oh yeah,
not so
not the
much
party.
the other people. Yeah, then she'll once she's sure that the others aren't around, she'll head to her room.
Okay. As you move towards your room to enter it and take your respite, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
There is the half-elf woman, kind of like looks to be like checking the rooms and looks to be like mildly confused, like what the sees you and kind of has a light smile. It's like,
Everything okay?
I was looking for you and your friends, your other friend specifically, but
I don't know where they ended up.
that
It's been a few hours.
that does happen here. It's, believe me when I say I do understand, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just me getting to be curious and confused yet again. This place is wild. Would you like some tea?
Yeah, I think, yeah, probably a good idea.
Here, and she'll motion for you to follow her.
She'll fall in step behind her.
She'll take you to a little place out kind of off in a more of an actual like flower garden than the more farmer's garden.
Mm-hmm.
and motions for you just sit down to take some
She will.
time to breathe and relax and
As good as an actor as she is with these kind of things, she is still very much tense, even trying to calm herself down.
Mhm. Which makes sense.
Thank you, really.
What'd I do?
You're calm. I guess that's the way to put it. You're calm.
Believe me when I say that my calmness is a necessity here. There are many people who have experienced a great deal of trauma and a great deal of pain. And to be, well, losing my head, as it were, would be, at a certain point, unnecessary.
I gotta work on the not losing my head part.
I can only promise you that doesn't get easier until it gets easier.
Oh, see, the thing is, I have my reasons for doing it.
Everyone does. But
I'm trying to break ties.
break ties. But why?
I don't want to hurt my party. So I'm just trying to make it so they don't want me around.
Won't that hurt your party?
You sound too much like Serenity.
Is she wrong?
She doesn't know the full story.
But is she wrong?
I think she is.
Okay, so you think she is. That's completely fair. Here, tea.
She'll take it from her and take a sip.
When she takes a sip, she takes a moment, just kind of, enjoys the tea herself.
At this point, Elizabeth, her full attention is just on her cup.
Mm-hmm.
And if they sit there in silence for too long, there will be tears on her face.
And she waits for you to compose yourself before she speaks. So that will take some time, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But she gives you that time. She lets you have that moment to compose yourself and to, in this current moment, to break down.
And it's something that it's obvious she's so used to having control over it that once she lets loose even just a little bit, it's harder for her to compose herself at first. Before she kind of takes a deep breath and almost all emotion leaves her face when she looks up.
Don't do that. I've seen that look too many times. Not here.
See, you live here. I'm just visiting.
And yet you have eyes that I've seen here day in and day out. We've had a few hundred people come through here. And I've seen those eyes on many.
It's easier not to feel.
Is it really?
When your days are numbered, it's easier not to feel. So to answer your question, yes.
What are the numbers? You said they're
Got 'em.
numbered.
I've got about a month.
And so you're going to spend that last month alone?
They won't let me be alone. I've tried.
Are you going to continue trying?
Possibly, yeah.
Why?
I've brought them into a lot of danger that would be erased if I weren't around.
You probably do. You are not the biggest danger. I'm sorry, I have to be the one to tell you this. You are.
I'm
you
not.
are not the biggest
I'm not
danger.
thinking I'm the biggest danger. No.
No.
But the danger I'm aware of, I put them into. And to get them out of it is to not be around me.
That's not how danger works. Danger is a hunter. It's primal, hungry. If they wanted to hurt you, wouldn't they do it?
Oh, see, they're welcoming me through the front doors with a bright smile on their face.
And if they're going to welcome you, invite you in, why are you making yourself miserable until that day?
Because I don't want this group to follow me when I go through the door.
Do you not think you deserve them to care about you?
Oh, I know I don't. They don't know who I am.
Have you let them know?
I've been trained not to.
That's something very hard to untrain yourself in. Believe me, I know.
I haven't. They don't even know my real name.
They know. You gave the name Elizabeth, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the person you want them to know you as? Elizabeth, this persona that you have taken, is that who you want to be?
It's the safer option between this and who I really am.
That's not what I asked.
I would prefer them to know the real me, but it is dangerous to know the real me.
They're already in danger. You've already said that you've put them in danger. So...
The group I'm running from, I would prefer most of them think the real me is dead.
But that's not your friends, the current people you're with.
They wouldn't like the real me.
Have you seen if they would?
The way I've been acting around them right now is closer to the real me.
And how have you been acting?
An asshole.
Elaborate.
I got into a fight with one of them in the halls because they got in my way.
Please don't do that. There are children here. We don't need them to feel in danger. Sorry.
Well,
I have to always bring that up.
But the me I am is a me with a reputation for breaking somebody's nose because they looked at me the wrong way. The Elizabeth they know is a socially awkward person with anxiety attacks.
In some ways, that is a real version of you. Not necessarily the real version of you, but a.
The panic attacks are because I can only fake for so long.
Then why are you still faking it?
It's been 2 years. I think I can go a little longer.
If you're on your last month, why fake it? You're telling me that you are literally on death's doorstep and you want to live your last days as a lie? You want to live your last days afraid?
I lived it that way before I met them, so, force a habit.
Then why not break the habit?
And there'll be a moment when she says that where her eyes close and you can see her jaw clench for a moment before she opens them and just goes, "Listen, lady, I know you're trying to help me, okay? I do."
She nods slowly.
This me ain't good. This me ain't good.
Oh. Sorry, I had to roll to see if she... got it.
Did she?
Natural 20.
Okay, then, had to let it out, so let's see what happens.
Yeah. She kind of pauses as you say that and says, I could say that, but I'm sure that would only cause you more stress.
You're trying to help. Say what's on your mind.
You speak like a hammer.
I am a hammer.
It takes you a moment to process that.
And it's almost like it comes out of her mouth and she stops and just stares. How do you know about a hammer?
She shifts a little bit. And she takes a sip of her tea and kind of turns and tugs down on her sleeve. And you can see I believe it was a scroll. Let me double check.
There's the cloak, the lips, the mask, and the hammer.
I need to remember which one was the scribe.
Oh, scribe. No, they don't have a marking.
Yeah, well, you see a scroll tattooed onto her wrist.
Oh, that would be... I have to add that to the list then.
No,
And
Elizabeth has never seen it.
Okay. Elizabeth will just stare at it going, "Look, I come from Goravin and I'm a blackout. I don't know what that means."
I come from Dunziel, and I'm a scribe. Or, I was a scribe. We are from two very different places. Interesting.
See, I've been doing some stupid shit as of late. It's a little hot here in Molten Hold, so I don't wear my cloak. But I'm almost asking for the collective to get me before I get to the meeting I've been called to. I'm wearing the hammer symbol on my cloak.
So
I don't
see
hide
that.
it.
Being fair, some would say that's a paladin order symbol and would not think the wiser.
Oh, but the ones who are in the know are in the know.
If they're in the know.
Look, I know this meeting I've been called to ain't no round table discussion. I wish it were.
Then, as I've said, if these are your last month, why are you living it as a lie?
You know what hammers do. You know what kind of personality they have. They don't deserve to be around that personality.
Is that who you really were?
That's who I was.
And that was who you wanted to be.
It worked for me.
That's not what I asked.
How long have you been on the run from the collective? I will answer your question if you let me know that.
I'm not on the run.
So you're just here?
They have me watching Cameron. He's an anomaly to some. If they spent more than 5 minutes with him, they'd understand, but that's for them to be curious about and for me to know. I've given them the reason and they don't believe me.
I'm gonna tell you a name. I just want to see if it registers with you. What do you know of Bowman?
Bowman. Bowman.
It's like the first name I write in my backstory.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up.
First page.
So many pins. Where's the backstory? Ah! Oh no! There we go. Backstory. Ah!
Can't say that I know the name. Wait,
How about... I was gonna give you the nickname if need be.
Randolph?
That's my dad.
Ew. No offense to you, he's a reputation.
That I got to live with being the one to go into town.
Ah,
So, you know, that kind of reputation and everything kind of molded me to be a hammer before I was a hammer.
she looks contemplative and then looks almost has this like concerned expression before she just kind of leans back and just keeps sipping at her tea. I see.
Look, I know how you scribes work. You value information over money. What can I give you to make it so that you explain what that look was about?
I'll explain it to you regardless. No charge.
No charge. You're a different kind of scribe than I'm used to.
Like I said, I've been honest, and the collective seems to think that I'm not. As long as you consider my words to be honest and actually trying to help, then I'll tell you.
The fact that you knew my dad's name kind of puts me in a light to trust you.
I heard about what he did. He's not exactly unknown in that respect.
My dad?
The lone survivor. Have you heard the story?
I've heard his version of the story.
Where he walked out of a place telling people he was the only person to survive, that he had seen his friends tragically fall and die, and then they came out of the same place the next day.
Yeah, see, that's a bit different than the story he tells.
I would imagine. What's
He
his
says he left. He says he left because right before they went on the last mission, he found out my mom was pregnant, and he wanted to stay alive for that.
Both are possible. But when
I
you
know
say
he's
that,
got a reputation. Do you think that reputation bodes well for his daughter?
outside of Corvin, no one cares. I'm sorry to say it so bluntly, but
Oh, I don't live by the last name Bowman no more, so it's fine.
I wasn't saying that because your last name was Bowman. I'm saying that because you can still make a new self, even if it's still under the collective's arms. As long as you follow most of their rules, they seem to be still willing to let people get away with more than really we should. After all, I'm technically running people as escapees from Danziel, and because I'm not breaking any of their rules, I'm just an intermediary. I have been allowed to remain here.
But see, I flew. That's the difference. The fact that they haven't sent me on an exodus is astounding.
It is.
Because, since we're being honest,
Please.
I told a rope.
I did not hear that from you.
No. But we're being honest. The only person who knows the real me is a robe.
I did not hear that from you.
Again, just being honest.
It's the tension panic of I didn't hear you say that. I did not hear you say that. I did not hear you say that.
I did not.
I did not. No.
Look, the fact that I said that in it, you ain't pulled a weapon on me.
Again, robes can do what robes wish. As long as they don't interfere with what we're doing.
Oh. That would be a problem, huh?
It would be. But even if you told the robe, there are other things that are being done, and unless he's getting himself in over his head, which at that point, that's his own problem, not mine.
Eh.
I did not hear that from you. Gives you a very pointed, stop talking look.
It's obvious she has a problem with this.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Because she's got a question on the tip of her tongue and that stopped her from asking.
She waits for maybe like 20 seconds before exhaling, going, I encourage curiosity and questions. What is it on your mind?
I've only known bits and pieces of information. You know, being a blackout, we don't get the info.
You just get told to take care of it, yes.
Have there been any recent stories from the collective about a certain monk asking questions by the name of Maxim?
Not out here.
Okay, good.
If I hear about it, I'll keep it in mind, but I won't go asking.
Oh no, that would be a little too suspicious.
Again, I know my craft. Did you want me to see why it is they haven't sent you on an exodus yet?
I have a feeling that's what the meeting's gonna be.
I can still reach out and see if they have anything to say.
If it helps, the meeting is gonna be in Wavebreak. I got hand-delivered a black rose.
Oh, this is a formal meeting then.
I only know it's a death sentence.
Who told you that?
Silver Tongue, my old boss.
She looks like blink blink, confused, processing, dial-up noises.
Look, I ain't expecting you to know the nickname. It's fine.
Oh no, it's not that. I'm trying to understand why he would have said that's a death sentence. That there are 2 black roses you can get. Do you know if it had thorns?
It was fake. And the person who gave it to me took the head off the stem.
Oh, yes. In which case, it is an invitation to a formal meeting. If you were given the rose stem and all, with the thorns, it is the death sentence. Did he not explain?
No. Same reason why they do that whole thing about you're mocked when you become part of the collective so they can track you.
What?
That whole same bullshit.
How? Please tell me you didn't believe that all this time.
Not all this time, no. It took me maybe until maybe like 2 months ago, but not this whole time.
She looks exasperated.
I've almost been offered a helping hand when I started questioning that stuff.
It's a good thing that you're questioning it then, because whoever taught you sounds like they were maliciously leaving you in ignorance.
Yeah, I'm starting to realize that Silver Tongue and Midnight ain't the best.
Midnight? He's still alive?
Midnight was part of my crew, and last I heard he's still alive.
Oh.
You know Midnight?
I know of one collective member named Midnight, mostly due to the fact that the reputation is... How do I put this? The higher-ups who are here in Molten Hold do not like him, and I find it greatly amusing.
See, I'm pretty sure he's still alive because he's been asking around about me. He's been going to bosses without the formal process and just asking.
That's why they hate him, and that's why I find it hilarious.
It's been less than a month since the last time I heard he's been asking about me.
Honestly, I'm surprised that he's been alive since the last month if he's been asking questions, but that's... Forgive me.
He's very charming.
Oh, yes.
He's
a good man and a terrible person at the same time.
He's the reason I'm on the run.
He is? He set you up with your mission? I thought you said Silvertongue was your leader.
I've since being on the run, I realized there's a mask and there's a whisper. I didn't know.
Are you believing that Midnight is your whisper then?
Only makes sense. A mask doesn't have 2 right-hand men.
Are you sure he's not like a cloak?
Oh, you mean a shadow? No, that was Razor.
I meant more of lines of an assassin sort, but I suppose that also makes sense.
From what I got before leaving, Midnight likes to be in charge.
If Midnight likes to be in charge, but he's trying to act as a whisperer, that would be rather obvious, wouldn't it?
He walked up to our boss and asked for a job. He wasn't recruited.
She pauses and kind of leans back, kind of
gently rubbing her hand against the teacup with this look of just contemplating.
Yeah, the abandoned didn't find him. He found them.
That's...
To say things are shitty in Corvin for the collective is putting it lightly.
sounds like Corvin's falling apart. Goodness.
Which, in turn, had me go try to help the boss get more of a standing and down, and me being thrown against a rival family of my family, and people died even though I didn't kill them, and now I'm here. And she's saying this like it's the most casual thing to talk about.
And she's accepting it like it's the most casual part of the conversation. You're not sure which is more terrifying at the moment. How easily she's going through all this, or how easy it has been for you to discuss this with her.
Mm-hmm. They sent me on a recruitment mission to try to get people behind Von Sterling. Come to find out, I was lied to, and I got jumped. I wasn't supposed to walk away. So I don't know if it's the collective who's after me, or if it's Silva and Midnight, because I came to the realization they was the one to set me up.
She leans over the table, pulls out some paper, and starts writing. She doesn't hide it from you, but the moment you kind of try and peek at what she's writing, you realize, cipher, got it. I'm not going to understand that.
It could have been regular writing. She wouldn't have been able to read it.
You can't read. you could have made out some of the words. They've talked to you
You're
about
wearing your
little
glasses?
bits.
I'm wearing my glasses, but that doesn't mean anything.
You know there
Just-
are letters. That's important.
Those are letters. How dare you put letters in my general vicinity?
Yeah, she'll kind of arch a brow at the writing, but she's not going to ask and let her do her writing.
Elizabeth bonding with someone who looks so much like Artemis.
Who's also a collective member. Go figure.
I'm going to see if I can find out any more information. This... If Corvin's isn't as much of a tumult as I've heard civil war and all that, and they're somehow... Well...
Are the pieces being as confusing for you as they are for me?
Considering myself and what I do, the pieces are even more confusing because I've been trained in how to put certain other pieces together where there are none. Well, none for anyone else. This doesn't make sense to me, and I don't like that it doesn't make sense.
What pieces are you feeling are missing? Maybe I can give you more info.
I respect that you think that you understand some parts of what is going on, but if they sent you to your death, you ran away. How long have you been on the run?
2 years.
That's too long. If they were trying to kill you, it should have been 2 months. Why give you 2 years to run before trying to kill you? Even if they thought you were dead, They should have made sure.
Oh, I've been under the impression now that they're just watching.
Okay, but if they're watching, what are they watching for? And why is it then that 2 years later, they suddenly seem to think that you are worth discussing again, reaching out to?
I just thought Midnight got some bug up his ass to start asking about me again.
This is the collective. We have our little bugs, as it were. But we try to have reason for some of it. Wouldn't you agree?
Eh. I never was. Midnight and I didn't talk too much. So I don't know his reasoning for most shit.
So you don't know his reasoning for why he might have sent you to your death. You don't know if he was a whisperer or if he was something else.
Me being sure he's a whisper was me realizing that he was able to get our mask, Silvertongue, to fabricate a 2-year-long relationship with me, to gain my trust, to make me go to that meeting. Or, quote-unquote, meeting.
And you're sure that it was Midnight?
It took me a bit to realize it was him, but when all of a sudden Silva decided to tell me his feelings one night after a lovely round table discussion because my former hammer and I did something stupid on a job, Midnight pulled up a chair and says, "You can thank me for this." I thought he was just saying he got Silva to finally admit his feelings.
And you can't prove otherwise.
To this point, I think that Midnight was blowing Silva the entire time we were together, so, you know.
Charming.
I don't have them in good regards.
You certainly don't have to. I will reach out and see what I can pull up.
If it helps, then use the nickname Babyface.
If it's required.
You know how important nicknames are. That's why I'm giving mine.
I'm aware. But if I don't have to bring up Babyface, then I shouldn't have to.
Well, I'm not saying you let him know you talk to me or some shit like that.
That's why I'm saying. I'm going to make sure that I do everything on my end to not cause difficulties in the future for either of us.
Just know your secret's safe with me. I got nobody to tell.
And your secret is safe with me. I have many people I could tell, and none of them would believe me.
If
Morty?
you could bring proof, sure. If you could bring proof, you'd probably move up in the collective, probably.
I wouldn't bring proof. They have no need for it. I've given them proof of Cameron, and they've thought me to be a liar even so. But
Cameron thinks I'm a good person. I wonder about him.
He has good eyes.
I'll let you continue to believe in that.
Let's put it this way. He is not part of the collective. The collective reached out to him. He said no. I want you to think about that for a moment.
The collective had the balls to go after Cameron.
No, he had the balls to say no. Of course they'd want him. He's in a position of power, authority, and he's been able to make moves to actually start making changes to this place.
Yeah, he'd make a good boss.
He said no. He's still a boss. He probably knows why I'm here.
He ain't dumb.
He's more clever than he lets on.
when he and I first met, I was, it was in the middle of a fight, and I'm pretty sure my brand was visible, so I'm sure he knows why I'm here too.
If you're just passing through, then no, he wouldn't know. And yet he still let you in. Remember
I'm
that.
surprised he's not worried about me being around Adi.
Should he be?
I'm pretty sure I got a big price on my head, which brings attention to the group again.
Again, I ask. Should he be worried?
I got us into contract with another scribe.
Okay. Fair.
And
Should
it's
he be
an...
worried?
I ain't gonna hurt her, but I don't know about anybody else, because now that we're close, they can be used against me. You know how they are.
I know how they can be, yes.
There's a reason why I'm trying to differentiate myself from them.
And you and I both
Because
know that that's not exactly how that works.
if they're actually watching me, they already know about them. And I've been with them too long. So the collective probably thinks I've spilled the beans.
And yet, I have heard nothing about Babyface needing to be taken out, to be taken down, to be killed, anything of that nature. Strange.
Yeah, so now I'm starting to wonder why I'm still breathing.
You should have been thinking about that 2 years ago.
To be fair, I was injured and trying to find them because they left town for a bit the same night that I got into the fight.
Well, as I've said, be careful. Here. Have some more tea.
Does it make sense why I ain't gonna let the group know about Genevieve Bowman?
No. Not at this point. You've made it very clear that you've involved them more than they would want to know, and more than they do know.
To be fair, I thought it was just a bunch of thugs stealing something, and I thought it was easy money. I thought it was a bunch of false prophets, okay?
Regardless. Think on what I've said. Please.
You've earned enough respect for me to at least do that.
Then I've done something right today. She takes another sip. Gives you a little nod and lets you continue.
Elizabeth will take a sip before kind of rubbing at her temple going, I shouldn't have had 3 at the tavern on only an apple on my stomach.
I'm telling.
Telling who?
Kala. That's our cook. She will mother you and smother you in 5 foods.
Oh god, it's another Serenity.
It's another Serenity, yes. I don't know if she's like that, but I'm sure she'll be worse.
Look, I don't know how your hammers are, but we didn't get paid too much.
Why?
So I don't eat that much.
You're a hammer.
I'm a hammer.
You understand that you have one of the most physically grueling and exhausting workloads, right?
I was lucky to pay off my tab and have a room after a job.
Again, this look of just processing. Stands up. You are coming with me.
She'll put her cup down and follow.
Okay. As you go, I'll say that everyone else has had a break, and so, well, it's not that you guys had a break, it's that Cameron basically said, okay, we're going for a break, or Kala will come make us have a break. And so you are all already around the table as Elizabeth is brought in by Beth. And Kala and Oval have a spread of food. There is just meats and various types of salads, celery sticks, and various dressings. It is a buffet of food. And it goes outside of just the kitchen. It goes into another dining hall, which seems to have another little space for like younger teens and kids to also have their own place to, be with their friends and whatnot.
Are any of them like playing with swords?
Not during mealtime. There are some who have like play swords, and they were like, there's a few who are like, yeah, we're gonna do that. And then Kala leans out, and they go, "We'll be good." Puts them away, goes and sits down.
This isn't going to make it any better with where Elizabeth is with this group.
Right.
And she'll just kind of look around going, is there a smaller plate?
No, there's not. Half of Serena's hair is black, and her nails are sharper in black. Ooh. She looks at you just like, Kala will expect you to fill the plate and to eat what is on your plate. If you need a goodie bag for later, she will make one for you, but she's going to feed you. And as you can see, kind of motions, and you can look around and just see that there's a lot of food, and she kind of motions to it again like, it's for you.
I've been living off one meal for 8 years.
And you're now being offered more.
Do you think my stomach could actually handle a fucking plate?
Kala will at least expect you to eat as much as you can.
Is Aurelius in the room?
Aurelius is nearby. He sees them talking.
It doesn't overhear them probably talking
No.
to the Goliath.
Yeah. And then we took the big bones and we rammed it into the bullseye like a lance.
That's creative.
Yep.
I wouldn't have thought of using dragon fangs for that.
Yeah, the dragons weren't happy about it, but they were dead. What could they
Imagine
do? You guys are off in a slightly more quiet area. You do also actually notice something else. Artemis specifically. It's a fun little aside that you can kind of go, okay, that's actually really kind of cool. Is that because you have some knowledge of the way certain structures are? The roof of the dining hall is actually domed in a certain way, and as well as some of the floor is like domed invertedly, so that when you're talking, the sound from outside doesn't come in, and the sound from inside doesn't go out that far. So if you're having a conversation, it's not going to be overheard by the person in the next table over who's having their own conversation that you're not overhearing.
Yeah, she's gonna start babbling about that and pushing the food around her plate that she was given. Because she is not hungry, and this does kind of fascinate her to whoever is sitting near her.
It's Serenity and Cameron.
I was gonna say, is that within earshot of Aurelius too?
You wouldn't be hearing it.
You were at the table with them.
Then while this is happening, Elizabeth will get a plate and hesitantly put just a little bit of food on the plate.
Kala senses it and has that shing, kind of looks over and kind of just like, you can pile on a little more there, dearie.
I don't think my stomach will handle it.
I'm sure if you
I
try
don't
just a
think
little bit more, you'll be fine.
Does Artemis notice her hands?
A little bit, yeah. What did Aurelius say?
Sorry.
I don't think she's giving you much of a choice.
Elizabeth, you'll see her shoulders tense hearing Aurelius's voice before going back to dishing up food.
And she doesn't like have you go like scoop, scoop, scoop. She like one extra scoop, and she kind of nods, just like that's better. Just a little bit more, which is still a little bit. You're like, people who normally have their eyes bigger than their stomach would look at this and be like, man, this is a good amount of food. And you're looking at this like, how am I supposed to eat all this? But, yeah, Artemis, you do note that Serenity's, you of all the people here would notice the nails being black and sharper, as well as the dark hair immediately.
This is Carla, right?
Kala is the tiefling. I didn't give a full description. They have 2 sets of horns, a rounder face, a bit of the stockier, motherly kind of demeanor and build. They have 6 fingers on one hand and 4 on the other, which makes for a lot of interesting hand gestures and the like, as well as a thin little tail that goes only maybe about to her knees.
Okay.
Once Elizabeth is done dishing up her plate and trying to convince herself she can actually eat what's on the plate, you'll see that she just kind of stands holding the plate, not sure where to go sit.
Over there.
Artemis will make eye contact with her because she's also looking at a little panicked at the amount of food on her plate and just kind of give a little wave of her fingers.
He'll take bits off of Artemis's plate.
But
Aurelius will take that bit off Serenity's plate.
It'll take a
Artemis
second,
will
but
make
Elizabeth will hesitantly join them, but not say anything.
And then Artemis will make eye contact with Kala and kind of tap her forehead. And thanks.
Kala gives, like, it's hesitant. It's like the trying to remember before making the "you're welcome" gesture. It's like yeah, this is it.
I know this. I swear I know this.
And just spend a moment, okay?
It's easier to do when you're across the hall and you can't really hear each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of surreal to hear Aurelius in high spirits, especially after what's recently just happened. But it's clear that he doesn't seem... It's like he's not as traumatized as he should be.
He's not too torn up about it.
Yeah, he seems like completely fine.
I don't know. I think he's missing bits.
Just a little bit here and there.
Look, it's a bit difficult to eat at the moment, but...
It's not your dominant hand.
No,
Meanwhile,
it is his
Artemis is
dominant
just
hand.
kind of
He was
occasionally
left-handed.
pushing her. Meanwhile, Artemis is occasionally pushing
Aurelius
her
is
food around with a
right-handed.
fork. Meanwhile, Artemis is pushing her food around with a fork and just scribbling things down in her notebook.
And Elizabeth's eyes are just on her plate.
Every now and then, Cameron will just go, take a bite.
I'm not hungry.
Snack a little. Your mind is busy, but your body still needs you to take care of it.
Her voice is just going to kind of drop to a very, very low whisper. I'm not sure I can keep it down.
Passive insight check. What's the table like? With 15.
I'd say, based off of how you all are playing your characters at the moment, Cameron is like kind of that nervous, tense, like the person who's at a table like I'm with my friends. This is great. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But also like I gotta play it cool. Cool. How do I play cool? Ugh.
Absolute nerd.
Kind of. But in the sense of someone who knows how to do that, someone who has the authority and position to do it, but is still just happily excited to be sitting next to Artemis. Elizabeth looks almost the most vulnerable you've seen her in a while, as well as the most defensive. Serenity looks, you would say, thoughtful. Thoughtful would be a good word for that.
I think so.
Thoughtful and
In terms of mental state, anyway. Currently, she looks literally sharper.
yeah, literally sharper. And Artemis looks like she's standing on a tightrope in the middle of a great breeze that could knock her off of it at any moment.
So what I'm hearing is Aurelius probably should let Cameron handle Artemis.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Does he?
Okay. But Aurelius, you can see Aurelius goes to say something, and then he stops himself and then looks to Cameron and he says, "You can ease up a bit, man.
Hmm?
You don't have to present yourself in any way. Just be yourself."
Damn, he got your number that quick, did he?
Look.
He's right, though.
I am being myself. I'm just... kind of
Artemis
glances
is
to
gonna look up at him
He glances to
and
Artemis.
make eye contact for the first time that evening.
Yep, and there's that moment of him just kind of like locking eyes with her and just kind of going, exhale slowly and just yeah.
Aurelius smiles at that and just leans back, drinks another bit of his water. After,
We're gonna take another sip.
yeah, and he looks over to Elizabeth, and there's this look in his eye. It's not anger. He's not angry with her. It's a sadness, like an empathy. Like he doesn't need to like ask to know what she's feeling in that moment, but he thinks she needs to figure this out by herself, and he can't do anything from where he's at. Then he turns his attention to Serenity, and he just, "You right?"
I'm not sure why you ask. She looks genuinely confused.
Seems like something's on your mind.
She just points to Artemis's papers.
Yeah, that's flying all over my head.
That's why I'm asking questions.
Don't worry, it's flying over most people's heads. Oh, we can make something that flies. She just flips a page and just starts scribbling stuff down.
If this is
And
still
then
for
put mine on.
Aurelius, perhaps...
Oh no! What? No, that's different. We need to. That's still in the other room. This is different.
What is
I had a
it?
different idea. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
If I might interject, consider that paper rises above fire.
Maybe the air drafts.
Something that produces heat that can lift something light. Just a thought. And he leans back, smiling. I don't think I can be a paladin anymore.
Huh?
What makes you say that?
It's not working. For years, I've been holding on to this past version of myself, this ideal of a knight that can take on the world by himself. The world isn't like the legends.
My own personal experience, that is a knight, not a paladin. There are too many types of paladins to just narrow it down to just that worldview.
Well, if you're a paladin of my order, you're effectively a knight. Well, that's a lie. Well, the people in that order are... He kind of like stops himself. Regardless, it's... I need to become something different.
You're better than
And I-
most paladins that I've known.
Agreed.
But being a paladin isn't enough anymore. Seen it. I draw too much attention to you. I need to change my ways.
I think us as a group is a big attention getter.
Cameron slowly leans to Artemis and is like, he's a paladin?
I had the same reaction.
Oh.
Was a paladin.
Dirty snorts.
Sorry. Just...
Hey.
None of what Aurelia said, and Carol quietly muttering that.
Yeah, Artemis is going to lean back over to him. Hey, it could be worse. He could be a cleric.
It's just... you don't bear an insignia. Could have...
Once I was of the vigilance of the abyss. But then I walked out.
Oh.
And then I wasn't.
There's a lot to the story that you... There we go.
Yeah, no, you think you know. Oh.
What do you mean I think I know?
If you're hearing him saying that, you're trying to be like, yeah, that's his... What was your name?
Aurelius.
Oh. I got really offended.
Oh.
Why?
Your reputation precedes you.
What
You've
what
been
do you
getting a
mean?
lot of that recently.
I mean that when I went up to the north, I had heard about the vigilance and about the lone survivor, the abyss walker, the... I'm not even sure what other names I could say here and not draw eyes of things beyond this plane.
Please don't.
I'm trying not to. Why do you think I'm not saying them?
I really don't want demons to interrupt another meal.
And
If they interrupt this meal, I'll cut them down. Or try to.
Aurelius, I think you're about 50% too short-handed.
Look, I was about to say that he only has one leg to stand on, but
I was about to say that myself. But that wouldn't stop me.
I didn't say it would. If nothing else, we could probably hand you a lance and have...
No,
Oliver.
she points at him.
Oliver just push you around, but that's not exactly...
That's not the point.
It's not.
The point is, the reason I survived is because I learned to adapt. I learned to survive. I learned to struggle. I learned... And he kind of goes quiet.
Perhaps such somber conversations should be had after dinner.
I mean, no one else can
No,
do
it's
that.
fine. It's fine.
I'm sure everyone here is accustomed to somber conversations during mealtime.
Mm-hmm.
It's... Look, the long and short of it is that I used to believe that hiding and bottling up my emotions and running would save me. When I walked into that abyss, it did not. It made it worse. I had to accept myself. I had to act on my feelings, my instincts. I became a monster in there. And I walked out something else. But I will struggle against the abyss. I'll struggle against anything that comes my way. I promise you, I will not fall without fighting. When I feel pain, I am alive. I am still alive if I feel pain. That's why this, and he gestures to his body, does not bother me. Because I still live. And I will keep fighting, but... And he looks to his left arm. Can't fight by myself. And I need to learn to rely on people again. And so I won't fight with my left arm. Only my right.
Artemis is gonna get up from the table and grab her notebook. Oh, you're right. That's...
Everything okay?
I've been running. No, I'm going back to the craft room.
Artemis.
Go get some fresh air,
Just
love.
go walks off without any
Artemis.
Let
Nope,
it
she's
go.
got...
I have to earn that arm.
I'll go check up.
Tell...
Earn that arm.
Yes, I have to earn it. Once I can successfully say I am better at working with the people here, then I will earn it.
You realize she's going to want to effectively just latch that thing onto you and have you be better, right?
But that has to be my choice.
I didn't
Not
say
force
that
it upon me.
I didn't say that it wasn't. I'm just saying you know that she's going to want you to be okay.
No, it doesn't matter if I'm okay or not.
It...
Not physically, mentally.
Aurelius.
If I can't...
Camera kind of just leans forward. I knew her for a day. And I don't know nearly enough about her yet. I hope you all stick around so I can have more time, but she cares about you.
You want to work yourself to the bone making that for you.
I know she will. But I have to...
And
You have to accept it as part of yourself.
I have to do this as a trial by fire.
And that's fine, but understand she's not gonna like it. Can you accept that?
I know.
Okay. As long as you know.
There's a lot of things that people in this group don't like.
Eat your food.
I think my food will eat you.
But-
It's tried.
Okay, no. Hang on, we're not just gonna gloss over that. What?
Oh, some of the food that has been brought in is stuff like bear and whatnot.
Already stops, like, right before she puts the fucking big slab of meat that she probably had on her plate in her mouth. No, she doesn't eat it. She was about to, and then he said bear, and she stopped.
He takes a bite, looks at her, takes another bite.
What kind of bear?
In this area, it'd be black bear.
Oh. She goes right back to eating.
The plate that Artemis left behind is still full.
Aurelius takes it.
Oh.
I claim this for the clan of the Abyss Walker. And he just puts it.
I'll
It-
get her a bottle of something, and then I really do need to speak to you now. She looks at Glamour once I get back.
If I may ask,
Eh?
not you. You do what you want. Emerald,
Hmm?
what exactly is the story that you were told?
He thinks for a moment. A group of warriors went in to close the doors of the abyss to make it so the pit was manageable. They broke rule, they broke tradition. And despite the odds, one of them proved it was possible to survive in there.
Is that everything?
That's the basic gist.
Any details? And it's obvious that he's like, well, I'd say obvious, but like, I'll just explain what he's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to make sure that the legacy of the others who have fallen are intact.
Mm-hmm.
At like, so that they're remembered well. It doesn't matter how he's remembered.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm. Not much. They say that the last survivor didn't give many of the details of what happened. That Aurelius became a vagabond and a wanderer to fight the abyss in the world.
Tell you one thing. Demons are easier than bandits.
Yeah. Depends on the bandit.
The kind that leaves you without two limbs. That kind's a bit rough.
Yeah, no, those are cultists.
Potato, potato.
Was I around long enough to hear that bit?
You said you left.
Well, she stayed to talk to Elizabeth real quick, but Elizabeth's kind of mute.
I'll say you left.
Okay. Wait.
As the conversation goes on and Aurelius wraps up, he'll eventually slide a note to Elizabeth and just head off.
Do you want to type to me what the note says?
Yeah, I'll do that. Just let them keep going.
Yeah, you guys continue.
I mean, all she's doing is just delivering a drink to Artemis. I don't think even Artemis would respond to the knock.
Yeah, Artemis would just accept the bottle of water and continue working. She's a bit, what Aurelius said about running got to her.
I assume she could tell she's a bit frazzled.
She's been frazzled the entire time she's been here.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you need me to say or leave, Lamb?
You can do what you want. You're looking for someone to fuck, aren't you? Maybe that might be more productive.
Not necessarily at the moment.
God damn it!
She gives Artemis a quick kiss to the forehead. If you need me, just call, and you know that I will come to you as quickly as I can.
Don't tell Kala I didn't eat.
My lips are sealed.
Mine aren't.
Yes, well, unfortunately, you can't be heard by anyone but me.
Damn
She walks back out to the fucking dining area.
I'm a tattle.
Yes, you can go ahead and tattle. Also, I still won that bet, as much as you don't want to admit it.
Okay, what's the question?
I'll have to think about it.
No. You had a very specific question in mind. What's the question?
No, I didn't.
Then why did you ask for a question?
Because I want you to stay on your toes and be tense all the time that I think of a good question.
God, it's like you're edging me.
It is exactly what I'm doing. You know I'm just as sadistic as you are.
Ugh.
She's heading back to the dining room.
Stop turning me on.
By this time, Elizabeth has read Aurelius's note and has motioned to see if she can get a to-go bag for the food that she hasn't eaten.
Effectively,
She's
you can
barely
get
eaten
that.
anything.
Effectively, you can get like a to-go bag to eat it. Yeah.
She'll get it, get up, and head to her room.
Okay.
You should ask. You know what I'm asking.
No.
Actually, once she gets back to the table, she will tap Aurelius on the shoulder. I also... I want to talk to both of you, actually, in a more private setting, if you don't mind. Somewhere where I don't have possible ears listening into things that might or might not have been dealt with.
Do you want me to cut off my ears as well?
No!
Aurelius smiles cheekily.
She genuinely looked at him in shock, like, why? It has to do with... She kind of, like, gestures to Aurelius's arm and leg. What caused that?
I was there. I'm very aware.
There's extra news, you absolute smartass.
Aurelius just keeps fucking giggling
Wait,
like a child.
wait. Does he... You say he starts giggling?
Yes.
Oh my god.
He knows what you're talking about.
She very lightly just, like, pokes him in the back of the head. Both of you, if you don't mind. Just outside.
Very well.
Don't worry, I'll help you hobble your way out.
No, I'll just hop there. It'll be fine.
She fucking waits for him to get situated and helps him out. Oh, okay, so... You want the long or the short version?
Depends on the information.
Oh.
She's having this conversation with Aurelius and Cameron, right? Or just Aurelius?
Aurelius and Cameron, since Cameron's the fucking leader of the guard! So it's kind of pertinent. The cultists might be down a few numbers.
A few isn't going to be quite enough for everyone, but...
No, but enough that it was a big enough group that took him out. And I can't explain how.
You found their members defeated. That is a pretty to-the-point explanation.
He kind of grips her wrist.
Basic insight check. Aurelius knows about the
Evictus, yeah.
Yeah. Would he be able to gauge that, like putting two to two together?
I'd say that if you can put that together, your character who has seen all this stuff could do that.
There's also the fact that the last time, like, you know, she let Evictus have his fun, she came back with darker and sharper features.
Okay. So Aurelius's eyes narrow, and he doesn't say anything. But you get the sense that he knows.
He knows. He knows. I know. He knows.
I see.
Oh, that was all I needed to tell you, Cameron. If you wanted to
Well-
spar after I speak with Aurelius alone, I wouldn't be against it, because I still need to hit something.
I'll go check on Artemis.
Trust me. She needs to be alone.
I'm going to go check on her.
Alright. She'll wait until Cameron leaves. I think you know what happened.
When are those two gonna fuck? This is the first time Aurelius has said anything like that.
She just looks at him.
What? It's obvious.
She puts her hand on her hip and just stares at him. You are tone deaf.
Oh, on purpose.
So I'm sure Victus is laughing because you know how he gets little feedbacks of her emotions, and there is slight pang of possessiveness. She doesn't even know he's into her. I don't even know if he's into her. I think he is, but I've also made that mistake before.
Seems we all make mistakes in this crazy world. Like you.
I wouldn't call that a mistake.
Okay.
So much to self-destruction.
Is it under control?
He's under control. He doesn't lose himself nearly as much as he used to. Especially not when I let him out. I gave him 5 minutes, and I came to with them slaughtered and broken at my feet.
Did you think to learn anything from their bodies while you were there?
He said there were more coming, so I didn't think to stay there for long before I was surrounded.
Missed opportunity, but understandable.
I'd already taken a significant amount of damage, more than I expected. And she kind of like
still
pulled up
hurting?
her hand. Am I still what?
Are you still hurting?
She nods.
Come here.
She
Aurelius.
looks up
Just checking which one would actually be more. It was 33,
lost-
wasn't it?
Yeah, about 30-something points of damage
30
for her.
points. Yeah.
Alright, I'll just use my lay on hands. Just all of it.
Oh, wait, right. He freaks out when Aurelius touches.
So what happens is but this is his right hand, so it's not the corrupted one.
And he doesn't freak out, by the way.
Yeah. So he reaches out and he like just kind of like gently touches your hand, whatever you present to him. And he
moves in front of him and lets him decide. So shit, you tell me, Chief.
Aurelius just like he's like not even really sure, and then just kind of like pats cheek softly. And when that happens, this aura sort of, and since he's out of his armor, you see the kind of glow around the black have like this white outline, and the white outline kind of follows and flows through his torso to his right arm and then through to you. And that should heal you in your entirety there.
You know what? Kendall fucking double dog dare me. I mean, I can't not now. She just leans into the touch. When he tries to pull away for a few seconds, she holds on to his hand.
It's the only
she
one he
lets it go.
has. Let him have it back.
No, it's mine now, John. She lets go after a few seconds. Sorry.
It's okay.
Rawr.
Serenity.
Hmm.
I'm sorry.
For
Earlier.
what? I'm sorry, repeat that?
For earlier.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
You and Elizabeth.
You were just trying to help. And I was being stupid. For the 5th time. Today.
Trust me, you're not the most stupid person here.
He snorts. I really think I am. For more reasons than you know.
At least you didn't run in by yourself, acting on emotion alone, and don't have a leg to stand on.
To be fair, that is exactly what I did a few hours ago. The only difference is that I have a violence-craving entity in my head.
I love
Oh,
violence.
And I am not a violence-craving entity. I see.
Ah, man. I thought it could be cool.
Aurelius just kind of like sarcastically says,
He smiles. No, you seem to be more for peace and love.
Ew.
You say that. No, there's a darkness in there.
Yeah, keep talking.
You kind of put her hand onto his cheek. Aurelius. How many times
Aurelius?
have you pulled me away from various different things that have been impulsive and violent?
Not very often.
How many times have you tried to keep the peace?
I mean, not that often. I apologize. Evictus is shameless.
No, I know. I'm trying so hard not to laugh.
I just try to do what feels right in the moment.
You do more than you know.
You
Just
think,
wish I was better at helping you.
Fuck him.
please. That caught me off guard.
No. Because at that one, there is an actual fucking redness to her face out of nowhere.
Just lay him down and let him ride it out.
Shut your mouth. That is actually said out loud as she looks up at her forehead.
Aurelius in Abyssal says, "Are you flirting with me?"
Yes. I'm flirting with everyone.
Actually, no, it wouldn't be Abyssal. Would it? Or would it be Infernal?
Which one do you
No,
use?
Abyssal.
It would probably be Abyssal, because that's what you've heard her
Yeah.
speak to.
It's, No, he's speaking to Evictus.
Oh, I'm aware.
Yeah, Evictus speaks Infernal. Or not Infernal. Fucking Abyssal. Jesus.
Alright,
He speaks it. He just hates speaking it.
Then he says it in Abyssal.
Sucks to suck. No, he's not flirting with you. He's
Hey!
trying.
I can flirt with him. How you
Jinx.
doing?
She stops like halfway through her sentence. Not because of that, but just because she does not want to admit anything Evictus has said.
Look, we are sharing a room.
Ow, bow, bow, bow.
I swear to God.
Which
She
one?
Yes.
Me? Ah, I didn't know you were going to swear
No.
to me.
She just fucking covers her face. He's telling me to flirt with you.
You wanna.
He's Aurelius kind of looks down, kind of unsure of how to feel. Like,
I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not used to it.
Be attention.
Yes. It like, even when I was wandering, I would have my hood up, so
I mean, it is a bit of a shame. You're at least 7 out of 10 for me.
I'd wager I'm 5.
Now you're just lying to both of us.
Look,
Of course,
this man
if
walked
we
out of
had-
the abyss. This man's an 11.
if we had to cut the score in half due to she gestures to his limbs.
Hey, that's more of a man than most men could man. Manly.
Even taking points off, I'd still say you a 6.5.
Why are you taking points off? Add points!
6.5. I don't know if I believe that. I think my swordsmanship is not as it was.
Are we going back to the sword innuendos? She just fucking
Yes!
looks up to the sky.
Aurelius kind of chuckles. Not what I meant, but if you want to go that route.
I know nothing about your swordsmanship.
No one does.
Are you telling me you've never... Really?
No.
Oh my god,
It both
he's a
makes sense and
virgin.
is surprising.
Oh, you're the mother.
Why surprising?
Well, I mean, look at you.
What do you mean, look at me?
You're hot!
Aurelius.
I look like I'm half monster.
That's hot!
You look like a hardened soldier. And even when you don't have that serious, resting face that you usually do, instead of that, you have one of the most fun-filled, calming expressions I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's what you're looking at. His expression.
Aurelius kind of looks. He looks like he's he looks how he would look if he was to hide behind his hood, but because he's not wearing a hood.
He's just hunched in.
No, what I mean is he's looking to the right so that the hood would normally cover up the left part of his face. But instead now it's just showing straight.
Unfortunately, you can't hide behind your hood this time.
I would like to again apologize shamelessly for Invictus.
Please, no, this is fucking hilarious.
It's like this is a deep
side
emotional.
commentary.
This is a deep emotionally bonding moment. Fuck! Just fuck already!
Literally just him going, fuck him, damn it! I'm so tired of waiting!
You have permission.
I need to feel something.
Other than pain!
I mean,
Hell, even pain!
I'll feel pain. No, I love pain. No, pain's the shit. Get stabbed more often. But also, fuck!
Jeez.
You gonna fucking die.
Dying.
Are you embarrassed?
I can stare down abyssal monsters and not flinch. I can stare down an army of soldiers and never waver. When someone flirts with me, I am helpless.
It's so weak and pathetic and cute! Sit on his face. Suffocate him.
Are you
Gently.
telling me that
Cut me up and fuck.
Are you telling me that you are helpless before a woman?
Well, not just women, but
Ah! That's an interesting new thing to know.
A paladin
So in
that's
other
a
words-
switch. There is a god.
So in other words, I'm going to have to take the first steps.
in other
I mean,
words, I don't know what I'm doing. I haven't been a human in so long. I've only been a soldier. And in a weird way, I've kind of been separated from that part of myself. I can't wake up and I can't train. Can't do certain things that I'd normally do. So
I mean, you're missing an arm and a leg, so that would be a downer.
I'm trying to figure out who I am.
Oh, that. Yeah, whatever.
well, I mean, could you look at me instead of looking away first before I go on with what I'm about to say?
Aurelius kind of reluctantly, and when I say reluctantly, it's very much like you know. I don't even need to describe it. You know exactly what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, cup his face in her hands and lean down and just kiss him. You'll have to start somewhere, I suppose.
I didn't feel it. Kiss him again.
Now to see if you come out of this frozen mindset. She will sit and she will wait because she knows he's stuck.
He is yeah. I'm gonna put a condition on him called stun.
He cannot take actions or reactions.
But yeah. So this is exactly what you see on his face.
Oh my god.
Okay. So first his eyes are wide. Then they're like kind of neutral for a few seconds. Then almost kind of like there's a part of him that wants to fight back. And then he doesn't. He just lets it happen. And then after that, he just kind of admits, if I could fight back, I would.
Sorry, I didn't think you disliked it.
That's not what I mean.
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm a fighter. At my core, I will keep fighting. That means more than just any kind of like smiles. It's almost an evil smile. It means more than just being able to defend myself and fight with a sword.
If you're suggesting what I think you're suggesting, I don't think you need to be standing to fight back like that.
I did say there's a darkness to me.
Oh,
I feel like they're crisscrossing their metaphors and not getting the right one.
probably.
It makes sense, though.
It would.
It completely makes
One of
sense.
them is actually talking about actual fighting, the other one's talking about sex.
Okay, so before I make an embarrassment of myself, please tell me that I'm not misunderstanding this.
You're not.
Oh my god.
I'm just really bad at this.
We both are.
How the hell have you been doing this for you?
So, you like jazz?
Oh my god! And she fucking helps him back to the room immediately. She's like, oh my god, Victor, shut up.
Okay, but seriously, just put his head between your thighs and squeeze. He'll thank you later. He doesn't know he needs it yet, but he will.
I'm fucking dying. Oh lord.
Meanwhile, since everyone's occupied with the food, Artemis has taken over the craft room again.
And Cameron has
Yes,
come up.
the food.
Cameron comes up, and he has a few different like little snack sort of things, and kind of he puts them up strategically in places where, as you're working, you can pick up something, and they're not like heavier foods. They're like biscuits and stuff like that, more light bready sort of foods.
Then she'll occasionally stop and kind of try and nibble on one of them, but not eat the whole thing.
Yeah.
But she is wearing a lot less than what she was earlier because she has overheated and her panic is set back in again.
Roll me a con save.
Fun. That's a nat 1.
Okay.
Ooh.
You keep pushing and working. And there's this exhaustion, and the heat is boiling. Has it always been this hot? And you hear Cameron say something, and you realize you've been kind of feeling the heat building throughout the day. Possibly even since you've been in Molten Hold. As the stress kind of overwhelms you, and you realize that this building, this place has been cooled off, but you are so hot still. And you collapse into Cameral's arms. You basically have the flu. A stress fever, if you will. Out of character, it's like me being like, man, it's so fucking cold in here, but I'm so hot. What's going on?
100.
Ah,
Yeah.
100.
She's
Yes.
just kind of once she's kind of a little more lucid out of her swoon, she's gonna realize where she is,
Mm.
get a little flustered again, and just kind of try to get up again. She's like, oh, I'm fine. Where was I?
You literally collapsed. You need to lay down. If you tell me no, you collapsed. You need to lay down.
That's normal, though.
No, it's not.
You don't know where I worked before, where I did this all before. That was perfectly normal.
Desperation lie 101.
Not a lie, though.
It's not a lie, yeah. And
No. The fact that it's normal.
Yeah.
It's not normal. It's
was her
just her normal.
Yes.
No, it's her normal. That's why she considers it normal.
Yeah. Cameron like has that look of just someone who's just like, I must commit murder, but not
Man.
today.
Yeah, and he probably saw the scars that go up her legs when she was running around.
Yeah, he's seen them. He calmly just kind of exhales, reaches up and gently takes her by the arm. Is like, all right, you're gonna come to bed with me. Come on.
My head hurts.
That's why we're going to bed. If you can't think straight, you can't do anything. Come on.
I've never been able to think straight a day in my life, and it's worked out very well for me.
Well, you can think gay then, and we'll discuss the straight parts later.
It's more wibbly wobbly, but it's more out of the box. It's more. There are strings, they connect to things. It's with time and life and souls, and it's quite lovely and strange. She just
Yeah.
kind of leans into him,
You'll have to tell me about that more.
whatever hands gripping into his shirt.
Yeah. He gets to, like, after a couple of steps, he seems to kind of realize that she's struggling and kind of just gently kind of scoops her up.
She'll loop her arms around his shoulders and just kind of press her face into it.
He will go down to the room you appropriated, gently tuck you in, and just be like, all right, I'm going to get you some water and a cold washcloth. All right?
I don't wanna. I got work. Shirt's trying to turn up
Stay.
again. I'm not a dog.
Stay.
Fine.
Good. I'm not treating you like a dog. I'm treating you like half the people in this place who have always said exactly what you say, and now I know why, and I hate it.
You know why? What?
That's not normal. And it's not that it's Artemis, you're sick, and that's okay. What's not okay is that they've taught you that you should work through it. Your body needs to rest.
If I rest, I'm going to dream, and I don't want to dream.
Dream of me, then. Dream of Serenity. Dream of Aurelius. Dream of Elizabeth. Dream of
She's
people
gonna
who will
reach
help
up and grip and grab his shirt and pull him in a little so she's looking straight into his eyes.
you. Mm-hmm.
If I dream of them, it will be the worst things that I will see, and I will never be able to erase that image from my sight. And I don't want to imagine you like that.
Would you like me to give you something to help you not dream?
I don't want to sleep. I need to work.
I'll give you something to fiddle with, but you're staying in bed.
Fine. She'll let go of him.
He leaves. After a little bit, Davin comes in. They've got a mixture, a tincture, if you will, and as soon as they apply it, it's very cold. But it also is like that hiss of relief of just, oh. Kind of have to lean back and just kind of accept that it is helping. They also bring in a water skin to, like, drink this. Take it in small sips, do not chug it. You're going to want to chug it. Sips, okay?
Gonna start sipping it a little bit. Her stomach is turning uncomfortably.
Also, here. Gives you it's like a little, almost a paste. Eat this.
She just looks at it for a minute and starts eating little bits of it.
It doesn't taste amazing. It helps a little bit with the stomach, and seems to help you relax a little bit. Granted,
David.
the stress of your current predicament is still 100% there.
David,
Hmm.
have you ever met someone named Tyven?
No.
Okay.
There's a lot of people who've come through, and as I mentioned, I was from the plains of the Southlands.
No, that makes sense. I'm just I don't know. Just something hopeful, I guess.
Check mine to see if someone is okay.
I'm probably the only one that got out. It's fine. It's not fine. It's. I hate laying down. I hate staying still. I need something. I need. Start shifting around in the bed again, like she's about to get up.
He holds out effectively something like a little Rubik's Cube sort of thing. Something to fiddle with.
And she starts to mess with it. Where did Cameron go?
Knowing him, he went up to the crafts room to get you something, and the others started asking questions, and he's having to answer it, trying to find something, and them going, no, you need this, no, you need that, no, you should definitely do this.
That's sweet of them.
They're trying to find something that you don't need to put a lot of mind into, a lot of thought, but will let you feel like you're accomplishing something. Because we all understand your mindset in this.
I have to work on something.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I have to.
No, you don't. And that's the hardest thought to think. But think it. Just for a moment. You have people who are following your instructions. You've got them set up. You trust them to do good work, right?
I don't know them.
They're like you, though.
And that's terrifying.
You're
I'm
right.
not good. I'm just scared. I've been running for almost 20 years. There's nothing that is good from me. If I can fix something, I can make something that could be good.
He has a sad, distant look on his face. They've really broken us, haven't they?
Yeah.
Even when you have a moment to breathe.
Feels like fire, doesn't it?
Not anymore. For me, at least. More like lightning. Those momentary flashes of something horrible in the distance. That as it fades away, I can only go, it's gone. Praise the gods.
Did Cameron tell you how we met?
Enlighten me.
I don't really remember how they recognized me, but they did. There was a bounty on me. There probably still is. And these three cornered me in an alley with one of the wanted posters. And he stepped in, burnt the poster, and scared them off. And I treated him to lunch. And we talked, and that was it.
And from that, you've shaped Molten Hold, whether you've known it or not.
I don't understand that. But what I do understand is that he made me feel safe. For the first time in a long time, when I was on the run. It had been quite some time since I had been able to feel safe enough to speak. And she'll kind of just rub her throat.
I understand.
And then just start fiddling with the Rubik's Cube.
Get some rest.
Not good at that.
Solve that, and I'll bring you another one. I'll be back to check on your progress.
She'll keep fiddling with it.
It gives you a little bit of stimulus that you're solving a puzzle, taking care of a problem. Eventually, camera comes down. He has a small art piece. Not art piece. A small part of the piece that you can work on. That he's basically like, I was told that this would be okay for you to work on, but nothing sharp, no tools needed. Just needs these pieces to be looked over and made sure that they're okay. I can leave you alone, or I can stay with you. Your call.
She's gonna pause as she takes the art piece, kind of looks it over. Then just slowly say, Stay, please.
As you wish. He will sit down. As you work on it, he'll ask questions about what you'd meant about seeing magic and time and all that other stuff.
Curiously.
It was something. Now you're gonna get worried for a minute, but it's okay. We are fine. We went to the Feywild. And we met an elf there, and they knew my birth family. And
A full elf? A full elf?
yes,
Pure elf?
yes,
Oh. Oh.
they knew my family name.
the realization and understanding hitting him like, ah.
Yes, I mean, it's not a name that I usually use. It's just my technical birth name.
Right.
It's something I had to find after I could find the records of everything, and apparently my family was quite good at time magic. Chronothergy, I think it's called. Her brow furrows a little bit. She tries to think a little harder about it, but she just goes back to fiddling with the art piece that he gave her. And he said that I was getting involved with the magic of souls. And the way that the threads looked from my fingers. And she kind of swirls her hand around like she could find those threads again.
Part of you swears you can see them, but that might be the being sick part of the mind.
Yeah, that's what she's excusing it as.
But he
You've
sits
made
and he
something.
listens, and he asks questions to encourage her to focus and be open about her thoughts, her feelings, and so forth.
You made something lovely here, Cameron.
Still working to make sure that it's everything I've promised.
I think it is. I think you've made someplace that's safe.
Still a lot I can do for them. Or I should be able to do for them.
Cup empty. Don't pour if you don't have all from your cup. You know the saying. You know the right word order. I'm sure quite a few of the people around here have lectured you about that.
You're not the first.
I'm not going to start.
I appreciate it. And that will be what you guys are doing. And on that note, I think we should end the session there.
Cool.
Don't get us at midnight. I assume she was an hour ahead of me. That's
No,
my
it's
bad.
almost 1 a.m. now.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so you did mean your time. Well,
Yes. They made midnight, but the roleplay was good and we followed it.
It's great. Just great.
Yeah.
I'm not displeased with that. Just also, oops.
Fucking evict his literal fucking peanut gallery.
Do you dislike it?
It's fucking
Yes.
hilarious.
Fair.
I enjoyed it.
Yes. I'm glad.
He's getting in my head.
Hmm?
I'll say it after we
Yeah.
officially end.
Fair. for all of you watching with us. Thank you for doing so. We do stream these on twitch.tv/WhatTeamComp, and we do then post these on usually around Friday on my YouTube channel, which is YouTube Uncommon Guru. I don't have a specific name for it yet because I'm not cool yet. I'm working on it. I'm trying to be one of the cool kids. But, you know. A 5-hour video is a little bit hard to build a fan base off of. It's just a lot of content, you know? But that's being facetious, it's being funny, and it's fine. I hope you all have a great time. I hope you all get to have amazing weeks, months, etc. This has been a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to doing it again next week. I hope you guys are too.
Yee.
And until next time, we have been WhatTeamComp. Catch you later. Bye-bye!
Bye.